Hey friends, if you haven't already, make sure you hit that subscribe button. It's one of the most powerful ways you can help the channel grow. Every like, comment, and share that you leave in the first few hours of a video tells YouTube that our stories are worth pushing to a bigger audience. With your support, I know we can get to 25,000 subscribers by Halloween. Remember, we never have ads in the middle of our stories. And don't forget, if you want to rep The Darkest Hour, visit thedarkesthourYT.com for exclusive merch you won't find anywhere else. Thanks for being part of this journey. Now, on with the show. I don't usually take the bus. Where I live, if you have a car, you usually drive. But mine was in the shop after I hit a pothole big enough to swallow the rim, so I found myself waiting at a stop that I'd never actually used before. It was late, just after 9, but the streets were already empty. The bus came slow, brakes squealing like a scream before it actually stopped. Inside was half empty. I chose a seat toward the back by the windows. There were probably 6 or 7 other riders. An old man nodding off with grocery bags at his feet. 2 girls in scrubs comparing notes about their shifts. A kid scrolling on his phone. Normal people, normal night. Until this woman got on. The first thing I noticed was her hair. It looked wet, but not from the rain. Wet like she'd come out of a pool, dripping onto her collar. She wore a long wool coat, even though it wasn't coat weather. She covered her face with a scarf and glasses. When she walked past, I swear, I got chilly. She sat down 2 rows in front of me on the aisle, but she turned to face me. I didn't pay her much mind until the bus started moving again, when she turned her head just enough to catch me in her peripherals. It felt odd. She wasn't full-on staring, but angled so that I could feel the weight of it. You know the sensation when someone's eyes are on you, even if they're behind you. It was that times 10. I shifted in my seat because I was literally uncomfortable. I looked out the window and told myself not to be paranoid, but when the bus hit the next red light, I risked a glance back at her. She was smiling. And I know it sounds corny, but it was a wide smile. I didn't like it. Her lips stretched like the skin couldn't quite contain the grin. Her eyes were pale. For a second, I thought maybe she was just amused at something else, a private joke. But the smile didn't break. When the light turned green and we started moving again, she fully turned in her seat, looking right at me. And then she said, "I'm the beast." Just like that. Calm, as if she were saying her name. The words didn't make sense at first, and my brain did this weird stutter, like when your computer freezes and the cursor refuses to move. Even though I didn't feel good after she said it, I half expected her to laugh afterwards, like it was a prank. But she didn't. She just kept looking at me, smiling. Nobody else on the bus seemed to react. The girls in scrubs were still chatting, I could hear that much. The older man was asleep. It was like the sentence hadn't landed anywhere except directly in my ears. I wanted to scoff or roll my eyes, maybe chalk it up to mental illness, but here's the thing. When she said it, I felt it. That heaping heaviness. It was the same kind of pressure that I'd felt years ago in a basement I wasn't supposed to be in. Even though it was a memory from a long time ago, it hit like a fresh bruise. It was settling in my chest and making each breath counted. She didn't say another word, though. I don't think she needed to. The smile stayed until the bus pulled up to the next stop. Then she stood, coat whispering across the aisle, and walked off. I thought she'd vanished into the night like a ghost on the street, but Instead, she stepped onto the sidewalk and walked towards the lit storefront of a liquor store. The bus pulled away, and I kept my eyes on her through the glass until we rounded a corner and she was gone. I figured I was probably being dramatic. Maybe she was just a runny-haired and charmingly random person. But the heaviness stayed. My palms were damp for the rest of the ride. I couldn't shake the feeling that she'd seen everything that I was trying to hide, even though I didn't know what I was trying to hide. I got off a few stops later because my phone said I needed to transfer. I figured I'd walk the last bit home. I needed air and light, and the act of putting distance between myself and whatever the hell had just happened seemed great. The night smelled like exhaust and warm metal. The city was quieter than the bus had been. Someone had dimmed the soundtrack out here, or again, maybe I was paranoid. I cut through the main drag, past a 24-hour deli, past a laundromat with the lights on full blast, and past a church whose doors were closed. It should have taken me 20 minutes to walk up to where I needed to be. I glanced at my watch. 9:40. I kept a steady pace, not looking back, because that's when you get yourself into trouble. About 15 minutes into the walk, near a small square on the other side of town, an area with a bakery and a public bench, nowhere near the liquor store that the woman had walked towards, I saw her again, standing under a lamppost, hands shoved into her coat, hair still damp. She was watching the street with the same slow, patient smile. For a second, I thought I'd misread the map. The bus route and the time didn't add up. There's no way that she could have walked from that liquor store to that square in that amount of time, basically beating me there. Not possible. The bus route didn't stop near the square either. I checked my phone, covertly, like a person about to be proven wrong. Time matched up. No bus shortcuts and no reason that she should be there. My body was basically liquid, and I felt every hair prickle up. The memory of the basement, everything I'd felt on the bus, it felt attached to this living person. She looked up as I passed, and that same smile was there, but I didn't look. I could feel that she really wanted me to, but I didn't stop. I couldn't stop. I walked by without a glance, keeping my eyes on the ground until the bakery's bell chimed and I forced myself to breathe. When I finally risked looking over my shoulder, she was gone. That's the part that doesn't let me really rest. I guess it wasn't the words, "I'm the beast," but that impossible second sighting. She stepped off a bus and then, in less time than it should have taken, she was across town. You can call that a trick of the light or a coincidence or whatever, but I don't know what to call it. All I know is what I felt. Something bad. Evil. But I never saw her again, and I still take the bus when I have to. So yeah, of course, naturally, every time I do take the bus, I look for her. Ghosts weren't really a thing for me until we moved into a new house and I was 12. I didn't care about house shopping. I stayed home while my family looked, so the first time I saw the place was moving day. I walked in and the first dumb thing I said was, "Did somebody die here?" My mom stopped putting boxes down, hesitated, and told me yes. The original owner's husband had died there, and they'd bought it from the widow. I didn't know any of the details, just the kind of children's corner facts that stick. Basement, old man, widow. But even at 12, you notice stuff. The hallway to the laundry room in the basement felt bad the moment you stepped into it. Almost like a room where the heater was turned on full blast and there's no window, so it's suffocating. I don't know how else to describe it, but bad. The TV room at the other end of the hall was fine most days, but that laundry hallway had a weight to it. At first, it was little things. Shadows that split off the corner of your eye and vanish when you look directly. Light bulbs in the laundry room that popped or exploded for no reason. The TV downstairs would flicker like it was trying to show static but couldn't quite get there. My sister swore that she saw red eyes in the dark once, and sometimes she'd say that she could see kids running around in the corner of the room. Kids that would vanish when she blinked. I never saw the kids myself. My experience was more the creeping kind of fear. The sort that lives in your chest. Nightmares started. Not the usual teenage I failed the test nightmares. The ones where I'd wake up drenched and feel like I'd been dragged down the stairs. I dreamed that I was in my bedroom, and then I'd be moving, like a rope pulling me, down and down into the hallway, toward the laundry room. Then I'd snap back awake for a second. My legs would feel like lead. When you came back upstairs from going down there, you didn't walk. You ran, like something wanted you to hurry so it could follow. We all tried to be reasonable about it. We'd blame wiring when the bulbs popped. We'd say mice or draft for shadows. Once or twice we actually asked it to stop. Like you could reason with whatever was left in the house. The bulbs didn't explode again after that, though, which felt like a win, even if everything else kept sliding sideways. I think the thing that made me stop pretending that it wasn't all just quirks was when my parents decided to renovate my room. That meant that I had to move out of my upstairs bedroom and into the TV room down in the basement while they worked. Not the laundry side hallway, thank God, but the other end of the basement just the same. I set up a mattress, a lamp, my books, the stupid posters that my sister made me hang. It felt like exile, honestly, until I settled into it. I told myself being down there would prove nothing. I'd face it head on and be brave. The first few nights were a blur of nervous energy and childish bravado. I told stories into the dark, dared myself to call whatever it was by name. And then one night, alone and stupid with the lights off because I thought I was past being scared, I heard something. It was a sound like someone took a baseball bat to the ductwork right above my head. A boom radiated. The noise hit like thunder. It reverberated through the floor and into my teeth. I didn't move at first. My body was a paperweight. And then I crawled under my blankets, kept my eyes open until dawn, like a child who knows monsters are patient. That sound was not the house settling. It was violent. The sound of something showing you it could reach you. The next morning I climbed up onto the mattress and grabbed the dropped ceiling tile like one of those kids in a movie who's about to find something terrible. And directly above where my head had been was a furnace duct. It looked fine if you measured by daylight, but there were dents in it, a long gouge, like something had struck it hard. Not a hairline scratch, an impact mark. You get it from blunt force. Nothing else in the basement explained it. I really didn't sleep well after that. I didn't want to be downstairs anymore. So my parents allowed me to sleep in the living room. I really didn't appreciate the basement after that, more than I already hadn't. I definitely wasn't one of those people who stayed living at home forever. As soon as I could get my own place, I did. However, that place cannot be avoided. Even years later, when I go back to visit my parents, there was one time the feeling came back full-fledged. I remember being in the kitchen, the hair on my arms prickling, my body angling, as if something in the house had turned its head towards me. The dread was familiar. It didn't need to make a noise or show itself. It was just there. Once, when my youngest was small, we were staying at my parents' house overnight. He woke up in the middle of the night crying about a man in the basement who wanted to play. My mother brushed it off. Kids have dreams. But later at breakfast, she looked tired, the way people look when they've been up all night. I told myself not to sound like a crank. Mom still lives there. I visit on holidays and I sit in the living room, try not to think about the laundry hallway. What I learned, and I say this like a person who used to be a kid telling a grown-up, is that some things that linger aren't seeking kindness or reconciliation. They're not lonely in any human way. There's some malice in their attention. The small, cold enjoyment when you know you've been noticed. I just had this sense, when I was there, of being cataloged, measured, kept. It's odd. There are other stories. My eldest met something once in his grandparents' house that I'll tell you another time. For now, all I have is the memory of that boom, the dent in the duct, and just that laundry room in general. Quiet in the way that a room is quiet when everyone is pretending nothing is wrong. I guess sometimes prefer to chalk it up to wiring or ignore it completely. It's cleaner. Maybe it lets you sleep. This happened in 2017 when my wife and I were forced out of our house while it was being renovated after a leak. Our insurance found us a tiny one-bedroom apartment. It was small, but we anticipated not having to be there very long. Our first night was fine. Second night, we both woke up at exactly 3 a.m. from basically the same nightmare. Something heavy and featureless, sitting or pressing down on my chest. My wife felt like it was choking the air out of her. We laughed about it the next morning because what else do you do? Then it happened again the next night. Same nightmare, same feeling. We sat up, both gasping, and that's when we both heard a voice. It wasn't a voice like someone's on the phone. It was deep and garbled, like a busted speaker playing a voice through water. It came from the corner near the sliding door, and it felt off. Directed at us, slow and deliberate. Then it cut out. My wife grabbed my arm and whispered, "Did you hear that?" We both heard it. We didn't know what it said, but we heard it. We weren't imagining the sound. After that, we started to smell that smell. It was rotten eggs, sulfur. It would come out of nowhere at night, strong enough to make us gag, then be gone 10 minutes later, like it never happened. There were no obvious signs, no headaches or dizziness, just that awful smell and this feeling like something was in the room with us. I know what people think right away, carbon monoxide or some gas leak. We thought that too because we're logical. We didn't want to sound crazy, but we weren't going to risk it. So, we investigated. The apartment had no gas hookup. It was an electric-only unit, oven, stove, everything electric. No gas meter in the building, and the landlord confirmed the whole complex runs on electricity. There was a working carbon monoxide detector in the hallway, though, the kind with a little red light. It never alarmed. We checked the battery the morning after the first night that it had happened. The indicator light was fine the whole time. We even called the insurance company and told them about the smell. We obviously didn't tell them about the voices or demons. They sent maintenance, and then a professional inspector the same day. The inspector did a full sweep. HVAC checked, ductwork inspected, electrical system scanned. There were no gas leaks or combustion issues. No elevated CO2 readings. He even used a handheld CO2 meter in our apartment that read 0. For peace of mind, we called the utility company. They sent someone out who confirmed there were no leaks on their lines, not in the building or nearby. And we also checked with neighbors. No one else reported any weird smells or symptoms. The building was old, but nothing pointed to a building-wide health hazard. So while CO2 or smell of gas is what we first suspected and what we told the insurers to get moved, every professional check came back clean. The sulfur smell baffled even the inspector. He said it wasn't from anything that he could measure or find. The week went on with the same pattern. We'd wake up at 3 a.m., choking, sometimes hearing that twisted voice in the corner, sometimes not. The smell of sulfur would creep in at random, and we tried sleeping with the lights on or sleeping in different positions, leaving windows open. Nothing changed. Finally, we stopped pretending. We told the insurance company the smell was unbearable and insisted on a different place. They obliged and moved us out within a day. Leaving felt like pulling off a Band-Aid. The last night that we were there, we sat on the couch with all of the lights on until dawn, neither of us sleeping. We were relieved to go. After we moved back home, we sold a bunch of stuff that we'd bought in the apartment because we didn't want any reminders. Neither of us will say it out loud much, but we both remember the weight of the air in that place and how the voice sounded like it was someone trying to speak through a busted mic. People can have perfectly sensible explanations for weird stuff. Wiring, stress, CO2, whatever. Those are the things I checked first because I'm not reckless. We ruled them out. I'm not looking for believers. I just don't like getting gaslit into thinking that there's a neat scientific answer when there wasn't for us. Whatever it was in that apartment, it wasn't friendly. It felt like pure fear. We left, and we've never heard the voice again. But every time my phone buzzes or something happens at 3 a.m., I still get that tight feeling in my chest. I check the bedroom, see if someone might be standing there. They never are. So yeah, I blame that apartment and whatever's attached to it. This happened my freshman year when I was stuck in the temporary housing dorm while they figured out where to put everyone. Maybe you had a similar setup at your college. Boxes in the hallway, communal bathrooms that smell like a science experiment. I tried to treat it like part of the chaos of college life, but whatever was in that room made it feel like more than that. I moved in mid-August. Room was small. Bed, desk, a tiny window that looked over the quad. I had one of those half-week roommates who left for orientation stuff, so most nights I was alone. The first couple of nights were fine. Loud hallways, freshmen yelling, normal college chaos, right? Then on about night 3, I woke up choking. Not literally choking, but like someone had wrapped my chest in a heavy blanket. I bolted upright and the room felt odd. It was cold, but not just the temperature, like an absence of air. There was a smell, too. Rotten eggs. It hit the back of my throat and made my stomach churn. I figured it was the pipes or the communal laundry or some freshman cooking disaster. Dorm life is gross. I wrote it off, and I went back to sleep with my lamp on. It kept happening. Same pattern. I'd sleep, have a dream where something dark grabs my ankle or slides across my back, and I'd wake up with that weight pressing on me. Sometimes I'd hear whispers so soft I couldn't make out the words. Other times, nothing, just the smell and that pressing sense. The whispering was the worst because it felt like someone was reading a page from my head and softly laughing. The night I actually saw something or felt it, because you never get a clear "I saw a monster" moment in these things. I dreamed a black, clawed hand wrapped around my ankle and jerked me awake. I sat up so fast my lamp slapped the desk. I swear to you, I could still feel fingers like ice to the bone on my ankle. I grabbed at my leg. I found a small shape, scratched just above the shoe line. Not deep, just red, and definitely new. was freaking out, so I got up, cleaned it, iced it with my water bottle. I told myself that it was just a scratch, maybe from my nail. I knew it wasn't true, though. I was too embarrassed to tell anyone, obviously. The mornings were the worst, though. I dragged myself to class with that tired, hollow feeling that people joke about with finals. Except this wasn't finals fatigue. This was like grief pressing flat into my ribs. I started to get really low. Not the college blues, it was too early for that. Low, but a heavy hopelessness. I told myself it was stress. I told myself a lot of things. I didn't tell my parents because I didn't want to sound insane or ungrateful. After the scratch night, I started to pray quietly, which is not really my thing. But I kept whispering, "Please don't let me have to stay here much longer," before falling asleep. I felt ridiculous doing it, but it was the only thing that felt like taking action. That night, I almost felt it. Like a physical lightening, or like someone had put something warm over me, taken the weight off the end of the bed. I woke up the next morning, and I knew something was going to be different. I didn't tell myself anything official, but I noticed my mood lift a fraction. Within about 24 hours, my housing assignment changed. I don't know if someone called placement, or if it was luck. Prayers answered, whatever. But I got an email. "You've been assigned. Moved to 2B. Roommate assigned." The new room was across campus, a new building with people who actually volunteered to be friends, and a roommate who liked plants and mug cakes. It honestly felt like heaven after all the fear. I don't want to be dramatic and say that the moment I packed my bags, the place sighed and the devil left, but honestly, that's almost exactly what it felt like. The sulfur smell wasn't in my new place. There was no whispers. Never had another random scratch. My sleep was normal again. That heavy, sour sadness melted like fog. I ran into one of the girls from the temporary dorm months later at a campus event. She asked how I liked my new place, and I made some joke, and she smiled. I thought about telling her about the scratches or the whispers, but I didn't. People have reasons to tell these stories. For attention, they say. For meaning, whatever. I was done giving it airtime, though. I'd had enough by that point. And whether it's because I stopped talking about it or because it was attached to that place, I've never experienced anything like it again. And for that, I'm extremely grateful. Many moons ago in Chicago, I was in my early 20s. I'd moved to the back of the yards from Bridgeport with my brother Otis after we were both fired on the same day at the manufacturing plant we worked at. That's another story entirely. It's got nothing to do with demons, so I'm not getting into that bullshit now. Let's just say my brother defended me from a higher-up getting too touchy with a woman on the floor. Before I even started my first shift, Otis warned me, don't get caught alone with some of these managers. But he caught one of the leads assaulting another girl in the south stairwell at work. The same guy who'd been messing with me. Now that I think about it, this guy was kind of like a demon, so let's just finish that and then I'll get to the main story. My brother had to tell a story in front of the judge. He said that when he caught the man, the guy turned and glared at him like a demented lunatic. Some might have called it demonic. The manager, with the devilish glare and his pants around his knees, leapt sideways and then horizontally down the flight of stairs, twice. It was the craziest thing my brother had ever witnessed. The judge didn't believe his story, pointing to evidence that the man's injuries didn't align with what Otis described. But the woman that he assaulted sided with my brother in court. The case was dismissed, and despite the man's injuries, Otis didn't serve any time. But that being said, we also didn't have jobs after the gavel. Somehow being his little sister made me equally part of the beating, even though I was out smoking on a break when it happened. Whatever. After that, Neither of us had much saved up, but we could rent or even buy a little place outright at a fraction of the cost in the back of the yards. I took a job working in an arcade to make ends meet for the time being, and Otis got a seasonal job working construction. Our circumstances weren't unique around there. It's like the end of the line for most of its residents. I'd say we were even considered among the better off houses in that part of town. The people there are strong and have seen the short end of the stick most of their lives, but the community never gives up the good fight. We never had any problems living out there. No human problems, I should say. And the only big incident we had could have happened anywhere. It just happened to take place in the back of the yards. Otis was out gambling, playing cards with some folks one night, when a man they'd never seen before strolled in and asked them for a hand. They told him they were playing for dollars, but the man didn't have any cash to wager, only a really fancy watch that he had tossed on the table to buy in. They thought the watch must have been fake because of how sparkly it was, but after a close examination by a few reputable fellas, it was confirmed to be real, worth the equivalent of everyone putting all of their chips in for a single round. A night of gambling with friends turned into one game of all or nothing for the 6 men around the card table. I don't know the ins and outs of the game, but Otis said that when they revealed their hands, the man who'd bet his watch didn't have anything close to winning. Without saying another word, he smiled, got up from the table, and left while the other men laughed or cursed at each other over the results. Otis ended up winning the pot that night, and after telling the story, he lifted the sleeve of his jacket to show the expensive watch he'd won. The next morning, he woke up feeling sick. It could have been a hangover, but Otis said that it was like nothing he'd experienced before. A blinding headache, temperature through the roof. When I got home from work, he was laying on the couch. His clothes were soaked from cold sweats, and he was acting confused and strange. With the amount he was sweating, it could have been dehydration, but he said that he'd been drinking water all day. He told me he was hearing voices in the house when I was gone. He knew that he wasn't dreaming because he was actually seeing the people when he closed his eyes. They would stare at him, awake, and he'd find himself alone in the house. Then the voices would start up around him. When they spoke, their words weren't directed at Otis, but they made him paranoid. It sounded like hearing your parents argue in another room, except they were saying things like, "He's useless. He's a burden." Almost like intrusive thoughts projected outward. I blamed it on the fever because I didn't know what else it could be. And it especially was unsettling when he said the voices were talking about me, mentioning I'd been plotting his downfall since we moved there. I had to reassure him more than once that I wasn't poisoning him or scheming behind his back. Over the next few days, as Otis recovered from whatever illness this was, his personality began to change. He was noticeably more irritable, short with his answers, always looked distracted. And when you're talking to someone, and you can see in their eyes that they aren't paying attention, he did that a lot. He'd have small stints of what I call clarity, where he'd act normal for a moment before shifting into a brooding jerk again. He refused to get help, downplayed his little blackouts until his behavior reached a level that he couldn't deny. One night, I got home from work late and I didn't see Otis in the house. I didn't think much of it until I was making my bed. There's a long mirror across from where I sleep and a window behind me. The curtains were open, and I swear I saw Otis standing outside looking in at me, staring at the back of my head. Then we made eye contact through the mirror's reflection, and he ducked down out of view. The motion-censored lights that we had outside the laundry room door clicked on. There are 2 pretty large bulbs that light up the backyard to an almost irritating brightness when you're trying to sleep. I dropped what I was doing and opened the laundry room door. Otis had his back to me, crouched on the ground in the middle of the yard. He ignored my calls, so I started walking towards him while still trying to get his attention. I ended up having to walk around to the front of him to get him to look at me. With the one light source behind him, even up close, it was hard to read what he was doing. Then he lifted his head, and I'll never forget what I saw. Sure, it wore the flesh of my brother, but I knew Otis wasn't in there. There were no whites in his eyes, pure black lid to lid. The rings around his sockets were almost as dark as the eyes that they framed, and his cheekbones jutted out in an uncanny way. His once plump, boyish face was emaciated. The skin on his bones and around his eyes looked scratched and bloodied. There was a mess below his nose that I was horrified to recognize as a half-eaten gull. Otis was holding on to the bird with his teeth. A wing and its head dangled loosely as he chewed, and I watched the innards squish from side to side in his mouth when he bit down. Then the motion-censored lights turned off. The moon couldn't shine through. There was too much cloud cover that night, and the light from the house windows didn't reach where we were. I was literally scared stiff, terrified to the point where my brain stopped sending signals to my muscles, telling me what to do next. It just said, "Oh no." The fabric of Otis's clothes brushed the grass as he rose from the crouch. The distant light from the windows became blocked by his frame. I was frozen. Under the cover of night, I could only judge his distance by the smell of death that hit me when he exhaled. The stench grew stronger until I felt his breath ruffle the hairs on my forehead. Otis is a lot taller than me, roughly a foot taller, but it was the first time in our lives that I'd ever felt intimidated by him. For the first time, I thought that if Otis wanted to kill me, I wouldn't stand a chance. Our whole lives, I'd always seen my older brother as a knight in shining armor, protecting the princess. Suddenly, the only feeling I had toward Otis was fear. He was not my brother, and I couldn't predict what he would do next. I could hear his little movements in the dark. He was making painful grunts. I think if Otis was still in there at all, he was desperately fighting to regain control and not let whatever it was do what it planned to do to me. The whole time I stood there, I wasn't touched. Then I heard the sound of his feet trail off in a sprint, leaving me in silence, aside from the distant rumble of the yard. I don't know how long I stood alone in the yard in the dark. Eventually, my brain powered up enough for me to get inside the house. Otis didn't come back that night. The next day at work, the phone rang, and instead of my parents calling to make birthday reservations, it was a police officer telling me that they detained my brother, and I could pick him up at my earliest convenience. They had reports of a man electrocuting himself while climbing a telephone pole. He'd been treated for multiple burns and a broken ankle from the fall. Then he was held until I could get there. Otis couldn't remember anything from the prior night and was devastated when he saw the cast on his leg. But he was acting like himself again. We collected his belongings from a white plastic bin. He stayed in the jail-issued clothes because his shirt and pants were covered in blood and feathers. The rest of his stuff was in a Ziploc bag next to the clothes, and they let us take the bin because everything stunk so bad they just wanted it gone. Otis made me retell him everything that happened the night before, and the details shocked, horrified, and mortified him all at once. With no personal recollection, he could only guess what led to his electrocution. He was lucky he didn't die. At the hospital, the doctors tested him for everything, but they couldn't find any drugs or even alcohol in his system. His memory seemed to come back halfway through his hospital visit. When we got home, we trashed the bloodied clothes. Inside the Ziploc, Otis found his wallet and necklace, but the watch that he'd won that night at the card game, the one that he never took off, was nowhere to be found. But I couldn't help but notice that in its place on his wrist was a burn, some sort of red mark. Otis believes that someone at the police department stole it. He also says that a few dollars in his wallet went missing. I don't know how true any of that is, but I do know the watch was gone. I think it was for the best. Otis was too busy having blackouts and climbing telephone poles to realize that he only started acting that way after he got the watch. He blamed it on the fever, but I couldn't help believing that, even from the story of how he acquired it, there was something weird about that watch. I didn't like it, and I was glad it was gone. When I say I've met something that wasn't human, that probably raises a few questions. Maybe you want a checklist: horns, claws, sulfur, glowing eyes. I feel like this is so people can file it under movie stuff and move on. And I don't have any of that for you. What I have is a Tuesday night in a small town where the grocery store closes at 9, and its parking lot feels a lot more like a stage after the audience goes home. Maybe you grew up in a town like this. It's where you're preparing your morning coffee before bed using the auto brew feature like a responsible person, only to realize you've run out of coffee filters. That becomes the entire focus of the evening because the only store in town closes in 30 minutes. Just me? Okay, well, I left my house at 8:30 because I thought that I could make it a quick run. I stood behind a woman arguing with self-checkout like it was a person who owed her money. By the time I finished bagging, the store was half dark. They were mopping already, pushing that wide yellow fan at the entrance like they were drying the whole country, sending the message loud and clear: "Get out, it's closing time." This parking lot is big for how few people live and do business here. Some developer imagined a future that didn't happen, so even with only a dozen cars, it looked empty. The only noise was a far-off semi on the highway and the click of the automatic doors closing behind me. Something inside me at this time told me to pay attention. I remember it registering that it smelled like wet pavement and rotten eggs. My car was parked 2 aisles out, halfway to nowhere. I don't mind the walk because the cart return is closer to my spot than the doors are, and leaving a cart in the wild makes me feel like a villain. I headed towards it with that slow end-of-day rhythm, bag in one hand, keys in the other, with my body already inside the idea of being home. About 3 rows over, under a light that had gone to flicker weeks back, someone was standing very still. I registered him as background at first. Tall, coat, maybe a baseball cap. The shape of man waiting for a ride. He was faced away from me, not toward the store or the road, but toward the gap where the lot bleeds into a line of sick trees and a drainage ditch. It was too far to be anyone that I knew. And even though I couldn't see his face, I just knew that. I did do a quick scan that you do. No movement, nothing in his hands, no obvious weirdness. Fine. The cart return sat on a diagonal from him. I pushed my cart in and felt stupidly proud of it, turned back toward my car. That's when I realized he hadn't moved at all. Like, people just don't stand like that. No shift of weight, turn of the head, check of the phone. Not a glance to mark the passing of another person. I felt a small animal inside my chest sit up and look around. A still person isn't strange. A non-moving, still person might be a little strange. You don't notice how much we fidget until you see someone refuse to. It's like when the sound goes out of your TV and you're suddenly aware of the quiet behind your own walls. The cart return had one of those loose metal chains on one side that tags your wrist bone if you cut it too close. It clinked. The little noise felt enormous in the open air, though. But I kept going. I was 20 steps from my car when something inside me made a small, exact decision. You need to unlock the door, put the bag in the passenger seat, and just leave. No fishing for chapstick, don't scroll on your phone, get your keys, and go. There are nights when you can feel the rules change, and this was one of them. I didn't hear him start walking. I knew that he was moving because the light changed. His figure slid into a brighter cone, and I could see that he wasn't wearing a cap after all. He had hair so dark that it ate the light. It was an odd cut. I couldn't quite register it. It certainly wasn't the nature of a small town where every barber is a cousin and nobody leaves with a crisp edge. The way I could see his shadow moving in my periphs was unnatural, like someone had built a mannequin and put it on strings. I opened the passenger door and I set the bag down. I didn't look up. I didn't need to. The air told me, go. You know when someone steps close enough that the heat off their body registers before your brain says person? That wave hit, and then kept hitting like standing a little too close to a space heater. Keys in my hand, door not yet fully closed. I felt that little old animal in my chest stand again and press itself flat. I turned in the way that you turn to avoid surprise. Slow, as if going too fast will make you trip over the moment. And I saw that he was closer than he should be. A parking space away. No car between us. No shopping bag or keys. Hands hanging, palms angled a little bit outward, like he was about to mime that he had nothing. I could list facts. His jacket didn't match the temperature. Too thin for the cold. His shoes were new in a town where shoes get dusty by day 2. His face had that printed quality that some faces get when you pass through too many screens. But what I remember the most is his eyes. They weren't glowing or red, just a color that I couldn't keep. Every time I tried to decide, brown, green, black, hazel, they slid away. I said nothing. I didn't ask if he needed help or a ride. Everything told me to look away. Something in me had learned that attention is a kind of permission, and I was fresh out. It's amazing how fast your body can run through a library of scenarios. Drunk, high, lost, weird, dangerous, not dangerous, human, human, not human, and then a category that my filing system didn't have a tab for. I wish that I could say fear grabbed me by the throat. It didn't. I just felt the weight, pressure in the sinuses, the exact same weight that I felt in rooms where the wrong thing wants to be seen. When I finally started driving off, I noticed he was no longer there. Instead, he was at the clear other end of the same parking lot, standing under a different streetlight. Way too far away to have made it in that amount of time. I quickly flipped the car around so I could go in the opposite direction. He was in my rear view now, and all I could see was him raise his arm, do some sort of motion, almost like a wave, but more like a conductor. Sheer coincidence, bad timing, what have you. My low tire pressure warning goes off, and the sound makes me jump. My body drove like the car and I had made a pact. It would get me home, and we would pretend to be boring and be rewarded with getting home at all. At a stop sign, I could finally breathe enough to taste the air inside my own mouth. Rotten eggs. It almost made me gag, and it made no sense. It wasn't until I got to my street that I started to panic. I was going to have to get out of my car. Surely, he hadn't followed me. But who knows? For a while there, I avoided going out at night, truly, getting all of my shopping done in the daytime, and if I forgot something, I'd just wait till the next day. And then what I felt was less fear than insult, as if I'd been claimed by something that didn't earn the right. A stranger had decided something for me. Slowly, I was able to let it go. I told a friend in the safest way possible that night, weird guy in the lot. She said, pepper spray. I said, okay. I didn't tell her about the gap between the steps, the way that he moved, or the eyes that couldn't decide what color to be. I didn't tell her about how he ended up on the other side of the lot. There are details that make you sound dramatic when all you're trying to be is careful with the truth. So, do I think it was a demon? I think it wasn't human, and that's as far as I'll go with labels. It wore the shape convincingly enough to pass a glance, but it failed all the tests a body takes without knowing. If you want imagery, you can keep the horns. I'll keep the wrong stillness, and the eyes that doubled for a second. This last part, I don't love to admit. Sometimes I park, cut the engine, and sit for a second, like someone trying to remember a song or waiting for someone. I look at the empty spaces in the lot, under the lights, and I can almost feel the ghost of it. Just the knowledge that somewhere in this town, the parking lot exists both as a patch of asphalt and as a place where the air once got really heavy, smelled like rotten eggs, and a man-shaped thing wrote something in the sky while teleporting across the lot. I don't know if it was evil, but I know it didn't feel good. So maybe evil doesn't need a costume. It can just wear a clean jacket and good shoes and stand really still under a broken light. I've told this story before, and any time that I do, people ask how I know the difference between bad luck and real evil. They ask like it's a joke. Like, sure, you had a rough patch with the house, but maybe it was just a string of bad contractors, or you weren't ready for a project that size. And maybe that would make sense if I hadn't already felt it once before. If I hadn't already known from a very young age the difference between ordinary fear and something alive that wants you to notice it. The first time was when I was 4, in the basement of the daycare my mom used to leave me at while she worked. It was one of those big old houses that had been turned into a childcare center. Old lived-in floors, plastic bins of toys, crayon drawings taped to the walls. The basement was for naps and storage. They had rows of cots down there, and dim yellow bulbs and cages overhead. It always smelled funny, like wet concrete, even though it wasn't rainy or wet in there. I remember lying on one of those cots, blanket tucked under my chin, staring at the ceiling. The other kids were asleep. Their soft snores and restless movements filled the room like static. But I wasn't sleeping. Something in me refused to close my eyes. It felt like the air was changing, like I couldn't breathe as easy. Someone was standing at the foot of my cot. Even though I couldn't see anyone there, I knew they were. My chest grew tight and my stomach cold. I kept thinking, don't look, because I knew if I looked, I'd see something. And then I heard it. A whisper, not words exactly, but the tone of them. Like when someone hisses your name under their breath and you can't quite catch it. I pulled the blanket over my face and prayed for a teacher to come down, but they didn't. Suddenly, I felt a whisper in my ear. Again, it wasn't words, but a breath, saying, "Boo." I jumped up, thinking I was going to hit whatever was in front of me, but there was nothing there. I covered myself again and heavy-breathed into the blanket until nap time was over. That was the first time I'd experienced something evil. It taught me something that I've carried my whole life. Fear is sharp, but evil is heavy. Evil wants you to notice it. The second time was last summer, when I bought a cabin outside of Mount Shasta. I'd flipped one property before, a starter house in the suburbs, and it went well enough that I felt brave, maybe too brave. The cabin was supposed to be my next big win. A fixer-upper listed at a price so low, it felt like stealing. A-frame style, wood siding, sitting in the woods off a gravel road. Nothing but trees and silence around it. The photos online made it look rustic. The realtor described it as a retreat waiting to happen. What I found when I pulled up in the truck and trailer was different. The paint was peeling in sheets. The deck sagged like it was tired, and windows clouded with grime. Inside, it smelled of rot and mouse droppings. But I told myself that's how all flips start. Ugly, before they're beautiful. The first week was demolition and cleanup. I slept in the trailer, parked just a few yards from the cabin, with a small generator buzzing outside. Nights were quiet. Too quiet, honestly, even for the woods. I didn't hear crickets, owls, just wind moving through the pines like breathing. And that's when the bad luck started. The first contractor, an electrician, walked in, looked around, and shook his head. Said he didn't like the feel of the place, that it was too much trouble. I thought he was just being picky, until the plumber quit halfway through replacing the pipes. No explanation. Just left the tools and walked off. I found them sitting in the driveway, chain smoking. When I asked what was wrong, all he said was, "Nothing. I just can't work in there anymore." After that, I had to call in favors, hire day labor, do more myself than I should have. Tools kept breaking, my saw jammed, burned out after 3 uses. A brand new drill slipped from my grip and opened up on the concrete. Supplies went missing, whole boxes of nails, a case of paint just gone. By the 3rd month, my budget was bleeding out. The flip was supposed to take 12 weeks. We were past 20, and the cabin looked worse than when I started. Every night, I fell asleep in the trailer thinking about numbers, listening to the generator, telling myself I'd sell it for scrap if I had to. But then high strangeness became impossible to ignore. It started with footsteps, slow, deliberate, across the deck outside the cabin. I'd be in the trailer reading by lantern and hear the boards creak, one after another, heavy, human. The first time I grabbed a flashlight and my gun, I stepped out barefoot. The deck was empty. The trees were black columns around me. Other nights it was the walls, knocking, not random, but like someone tapping from inside the cabin. Once, while I was asleep in the trailer, the door handle rattled. Not the wind, not an animal, someone testing it. I started keeping a hammer beside my cot, not that it would have mattered. One night in particular, I woke up at exactly 3:33 a.m. My body knew before my eyes did. The air felt charged. Every hair on my arm stood up, and I couldn't tell if it was static or fear. I didn't hear anything at first. I just knew that I wasn't alone. When I sat up, my eyes went to the corner instinctively. The same way they had when I was 4 in that daycare basement. And there it was. It looked like a shadow, just darker than dark. But the longer I looked, the more it pressed outward, as if it were far more than a shadow. The shape of a man, too tall for the trailer, no eyes, but I knew that it was looking at me. The heaviness in my chest was identical to that nap time decades ago. Evil, patient, wanting. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe right. The thing leaned closer, and though it had no mouth, I heard it whisper. Same as before, not words but intent. I felt the heat on my ear. Almost immediately after, I forced myself to reach for the lantern. When the light came back on, the corner was empty. The next morning, I found 3 scratches down the side of the trailer. Deep, parallel. It was like claws, like something had dragged them hard enough to tear metal. The flip never recovered. Every attempt to push forward failed. Inspections fell through. Contractors stopped answering calls. Money drained out of my account like water from a cracked bucket. By the end of the summer, I gave up, packed the trailer, locked the cabin, and drove away. I haven't forgotten looking in the rearview mirror, though. The cabin was empty, but I swear, I saw something in the top window. A shape, watching me leave. I was so sure I turned the car around. But facing the cabin once again, it was clearly empty. I felt evil twice in my life. That basement and that cabin. And the worst part is knowing that I might feel it again. This happened when I was about 14. It was me, my best friend Hannah, and 2 other girls from school, Rachel and Kim. We were having a typical Friday night sleepover at Hannah's house. Her parents were upstairs but mostly left us alone, so naturally we thought we were invincible. At some point, the conversation drifted into scary stuff. You know, ghost stories, Bloody Mary, Ouija boards. Hannah said she'd read online about doing a seance without an actual board. Just candles, a chant, and focus. We all thought that it would be hilarious to try. We gathered in her basement, because of course the basement is the creepiest place you can pick. There were old boxes down there, a laundry machine, and those pull string lights that flicker when you yank them. Hannah set up a circle of tea-light candles. She'd stolen them from her mom's drawer. We sat cross-legged around them. We didn't know what we were doing, not even a little. But we held hands and tried to invite spirits by saying dumb stuff like, "If anyone's here, give us a sign." And I can't remember the words we read, which is probably for the best, but we read something out loud, in unison. Then we asked questions out loud. We tried whispering. We even got quiet and serious for a few minutes. Nothing. Not even a creak or a candle flicker. Eventually, Rachel laughed and said, "Guess the ghosts are bored too." We all cracked up. After about 20 minutes of trying, we just gave up. The whole seance ended with us eating chips and playing truth or dare until we finally passed out. Setting up to be one of the most anticlimactic sleepovers ever. But then, I woke up in the middle of the night to Hannah screaming, like a full-on panic scream. I sat up and realized Rachel and Kim were both freaking out too. For a second I thought someone had broken in, but then Hannah yelled, "It hurts. My shoulder, it burns." We all turned on the overhead light, and that's when we saw it. On her left shoulder blade were 3 scratches. Not deep, but red and angry for sure. Like something sharp had dragged across there. And here's where it got worse. When Rachel pulled on her pajama top, she had the same thing. 3 small scratches. Then Kim. Then me. All of us. Same spot. Left shoulder blade. 3 marks. We just stood there staring at each other. Our mouths were literally open until someone started crying. I'm pretty sure it was me. None of us had been near each other in our sleep. We were all spread out on the floor, each in our own sleeping bags. There was no way we'd all scratch ourselves in the exact same place, in the exact same pattern. Hannah wanted to wake up her parents, but Kim begged us not to. She was terrified that her super religious mom would hear about it and forbid her from hanging out with us again. So we stayed downstairs, all sitting together with the lights on until morning. The scratches faded in a couple of days, but I swear, I felt that sting a lot longer than that. None of us could explain it. We didn't talk about it at school because we knew people would say that we made it up. Even between us, it became kind of an unspoken don't bring it up thing. But ever since then, if I hang out with Hannah, We'll glance at each other if someone jokes about seances or Ouija boards, and it's like we both remember without having to say anything. I've read since then that 3 scratches is supposed to be a thing, like a mockery of the Trinity or some demonic calling card. I didn't know that at the time. We were just dumb 14-year-olds daring each other to summon ghosts. And I don't know if what we did actually worked or if something just noticed us. All I know is I've never tried anything like that again. When I was a courier, I learned something from a tired old Navy SEAL who trained new guys on posture and panorama. Eyes see eyes. Never stare at the objective. He said if you lock onto something, you become a point for it to find. It sounded like macho superstition then, an excuse to keep your head on a swivel. Yeah, it seemed paranoid, until one night. Though it doesn't explain what happened, it might explain why. I remember the bar that I was at because it had no TV, and the beer was cheap. What should have been a relatively ordinary and forgettable night is ingrained in my memory forever. With no TV, I found myself watching the rain. It pinned the windows with streaks that made the streetlights bleed into gold. And then my attention was drawn to a man. He was standing near the door, like he'd been there the whole night. A silhouette with shoulders small enough to be ordinary, but a presence too clean to be in this spot. I watched. He didn't move when people left. They walked around. He didn't move when the bartender wiped glasses. He smiled at me once, and I looked away. The SEAL's voice entered my mind. Don't stare at the objective. Eyes see eyes. So I let my eyes rest on everything else. The way the neon bounced off the spilled drinks. The way a moth smacked the light over the jukebox. The bartender's knuckles. I kept my gaze soft and unfixed for quite some time, even though I was sure it was too late. It felt less like paranoia and more like prayer. Later, as the crowd thinned, the man in the rust coat slid into the booth across from me. He was more than a silhouette now. He was close enough that I could smell him, like old paper and pennies. He didn't speak for a long time, and when he finally did, his voice was gentle, exact, like someone reading a line from a book that you're sure you'd never read. You keep your eyes on everything, he said. A good habit. Hard to fool a man who sees the edges. I grinned out of a habit because laughing keeps fear honest. You got me. He laughed with me, small and approving. Then he put his hand, palm down, not on the table, but half an inch above it, and traced a slow line through the booth's scarred vinyl, as if he were cutting a pattern only he could see. The bartender turned his back, and no one else in the room watched. I felt it before I saw it. A pressure like the weight of a warm coin against my chest. The skin over the sternum prickled, as if something invisible had dragged across it. And then there was a cold sharpness like glass. I felt my cheeks go slack, and I tasted metal. I did not feel a touch at all. There was nothing on his hand, even if he did touch me. But when I glanced down, because of course I did, my jacket was torn, a thin white line shining wet against the fabric. A shallow crescent of blood marked my skin, as if traced by a single nail. No one in the bar had moved. The air, for me, was suddenly burnt and sour, like a struck match melted in with the smell of pennies. How? I started to ask him. He smiled the same smile that he had in the beginning. He tapped the table again, a staccato beat, as if keeping time. He didn't say anything. He just exaggeratedly shrugged his shoulders and kept smiling. Then he said, "Thanks for making this interesting." He moved his hand back in the same slow arc. Above the leather, his fingers left a shadow that didn't match the light. It pinched and bent like wet cloth. The shadow's edge flickered like a heartbeat, and when the shadow passed over my jacket, the torn line and the blood were gone, as if some invisible seamstress had tucked the wound closed with a quick stitch. The mark stayed, though, a pale, jagged crescent, like a hooked rune. It hurt in a place deeper than skin, despite the wound itself being gone. "How did you—" I started again, but he had already stood. He slid out of the booth, left money on the table, and opened the door into the rain. The bell over the door sang, and when it did, I found myself snapping out of whatever trance I'd been sitting in. The bartender was now paying attention to me, but I wasn't interested in drinking anymore. I wasn't interested in leaving either. Eventually, I walked to my car, holding my jacket closed over the freaky mark on my chest. For weeks, it itched. And during that time, contractors I hired for an important job said they couldn't do the work. They left within days without reason, really. Things broke, stuff went wrong, plans folded. It felt like literally nothing could go right, and I was on the path of losing a lot of what made my life great. And then one day, a day that shouldn't have been different than any other, I woke up and I felt different. I had more energy. That's what I noticed instantly. The next thing I noticed was the mark was gone. I decided right there, look, that stain is off your body. It's out of your life. Plain and simple. So, whatever that man left on me, it felt as close to a curse as I can think of, and I don't have an explanation for it. And why did he choose me? Well, eyes see eyes, I guess. That's all I can think of anyway. And other than that, try not to think of it. This one's short, and I still don't have an explanation for it, but it happened like 10 years ago. So, not fresh, but I can remember the weird little details like they were happening right now. I was walking home from a late shift, just a typical Tuesday. Headphones in, half listening to whatever podcast I was into. It was dusk. As I turned the corner, I saw a dog sitting on the curb, right at the intersection, like it was waiting for someone. It looked normal enough from a distance, medium-sized, brown, and for whatever reason, I felt this little prickle of unease. Not fear exactly, more like the skin on the back of my neck getting tight. I told myself dogs are just weird sometimes and started to walk around it on the street side so that I wouldn't crowd it. When I glanced back, and I only glanced back because the streetlight was flickering, the dog had turned, so it was facing me, sitting perfectly still again. That alone would have been odd if it were a regular dog, but I got this sudden, sweaty feeling, the kind that happens when you realize you've forgotten a test and didn't study for it. My palms went clammy, and I stopped walking. I don't know why I stopped. I couldn't explain it then, and I still can't now. I watched the dog. It watched me. The dog's head tilted slightly, like a dog does when it hears something interesting. Only there was nothing but the hum of the street. Then I noticed the shadow angling away from the streetlight. Only it wasn't the silhouette of a dog. It was something else entirely. It spread out in long, looping shapes like tentacles. Multiples of them, curling under the dog and stretching across the sidewalk. Not like a hand or a tail, but like an octopus had decided to sit under the mud and make a shadow art installation. For a split second, I thought maybe someone had painted something, or there was a weird piece of trash, or I'd misread the light. But there was no denying where the shadow was coming from. When the dog shifted its head, the shadow curled in a corresponding way. The sight made me sick. My mouth went dry. I was rooted to the spot, stupidly convinced if I moved, it would notice or follow or something. Then a car honked, loud, like somebody trying to yank me out of a dream. The horn kept blaring, and a guy behind the wheel yelled something about watching where I was going. I was standing in the middle of the road. The noise snapped me out of it and my legs unglued. I walked, maybe a little faster than I needed to. I turned the corner, and I didn't look back until I was around the block. When I did, there was no dog. I told myself that I was tired. Whatever. I shrugged it off and kept going. Life went on. Nothing like that ever happened again. But I've thought about it a lot. Was it a real animal with an impossible shadow? Some kind of projection, hallucination? I don't do drugs. I wasn't sick. And I didn't have any reason to be imagining things. The logical explanations always feel a little thin. And the one part that sticks with me is how real the shadow looked. Not just a weird shape, but detailed, like it had weight. So yeah, has anyone else ever seen an animal with a shadow that wasn't quite right? Or something that made you stop in the middle of the road for no good reason? I'd love to know, because I truly still have that sweaty, weird feeling in my memory whenever I think about it, which makes me feel like it was something worth remembering. I was maybe 8. My mom was working a double and dropped me off at the neighborhood babysitter. For the life of me, I can't remember her name, so we'll call her Mrs. H. We were going to the corner store, and before we left, Mrs. H waved a finger at me like all grown-ups do and said, "Whatever you do, don't listen to the mean old lady." It was said like a joke, you know? Like one of those neighborhood things adults say so kids don't dawdle. I didn't think much of it. But on the way back from the corner store, we passed her stoop. She sat there in a big shawl, looking like she always did, a bit grim, mouth a tight line. Out of nowhere, she yells at us full on, "Stay the hell away," which was intense. Mrs. H flinched and turned toward her, like to answer or scold or whatever adults do. I looked too, and this is the part that still makes my stomach go all weird. There was something, tiny, squat, like a kid's idea of a gnome, standing at the edge of the old lady's silhouette. It was the size of a small child, but wrong in all the way that things are wrong in nightmares. It was sort of leather-looking, all hunched over, with its head tilted like it was studying me. The thing's eyes, if they were eyes, were sharp and bright and just stared straight at me. Then it slipped, like it didn't want to be seen, behind the woman's skirt and disappeared. Fast. Too fast for a cat or a person. I'm not kidding when I say I know I'd seen it. It wasn't a blur or a trick of the light in my head. It was a clean picture that stuck there like a splinter. Mrs. H didn't see it. She turned back to me and said, "Ignore her. Some people are just difficult." She sounded calm, like she was covering the weird with normal. She offered me a popsicle when we got home, like that was supposed to fix everything. That night I couldn't sleep. I tried the usual kid tricks, lamp on, TV for noise, counting backwards, reading until my eyes hurt. Anything so that I wouldn't drift off and have to see that thing in my dreams or have it find me. I sat under the covers with my hands wrapped around the blanket, and I felt like something was watching the room from the corner, where the curtains met the radiator. There was no noiser like footsteps, nothing obvious, just that feeling like being pinned by a glare. Weeks later, people would say kids imagine stuff, or you were young, it was shadows. And yeah, maybe. But there are sensory details I still remember clearly. The exact way the sidewalk looked, the warmth in the air, the way Mrs. H's hand paused on the popsicle stick when she gave it to me, but also the way it looked at me. It wasn't like anything I'd ever seen. It's why I can't forget it. If it's not a demon, call it whatever. A gnome, a sprite, a weird neighborhood critter. It didn't feel majestic or mystic. It just made my skin crawl. Just a small thing that looked at me and decided I was interesting. Curious if anyone else has ever seen something small like that. Not a shadow looming over you or something, but like a tiny thing hiding by someone normal that only you saw. I was about 9 when this happened, and though the memory hasn't dulled in the way that most childhood things do, I don't remember everything. But at that age, I was living with my dad in a tall, narrow terrace house. 5 floors of groaning stairs, walls that were so old they seemed to make their own noises. The house was full of strange stuff, mainly sounds. Footsteps on empty floors, voices that carried from nowhere. But those were curiosities. What happened that night was something else entirely. It was late. Just my dad and me at home. My sister was staying with our mom. I remember going to bed with my door shut because I hated the thought of that long hallway yawning open into the dark. But when I woke up in the middle of the night, the first thing I noticed was the door was wide open. I shifted under the covers uneasy, and that's when I saw something. It was standing at the foot of my bed. A shadow. Not cast, but a solid presence. It was tall, impossibly tall, its head nearly brushing the ceiling. I couldn't see a face or details, just a figure carved out of darkness. And the moment I saw it, something heavy dropped over me. A pressure in the air, in my chest, in my bones. A pure sense of dread. It was sharp and suffocating, as if the air itself had curdled. There was nothing holy about it, nothing protective. Whatever it wasn't meant for me. It was against me. Dark, heavy, and wrong. I froze and my lungs burned. My heart was thrashing in my chest, and I didn't scream even though I thought I could. I didn't even move. I stared, locked in place under that weight. And then, as if it knew I could see it, the shadow gave way. Its form sagged and unraveled, melting down into the floorboards until nothing remained. The air shifted noticeably. But before I could even breathe again, the door slammed shut. Hard. The sound exploded through the room like a gunshot. I bolted upright, terror spilling through every part of me. I didn't dare go near the door. I reached for the lamp instead, snapping the chain with shaking fingers until warm light spread across my room. But the light didn't touch the fear. I spent the rest of the night fighting to stay awake. I stacked my pillows high, pulled the blanket to my chin, turned on the radio, flipped through books. Anything to keep my mind occupied. Anything to stop me from glancing at the door again. Every creak of the house, every groan, every echo. Those kept me awake too. My light stayed on until it was finally morning. When my dad saw me at breakfast, he asked if I'd been up all night. I told him I just couldn't sleep. At 9 years old, I didn't have the words to explain the truth. Obviously, I do now and I have since, and I know this much. Doors don't slam themselves, and shadows don't carry that kind of weight or belong at the end of your bed, unless they mean harm. I've always been a rather explain-it-away type. You know the kind. Lights flicker, must be bad wiring, footsteps in an empty hall is old pipes, shadows moving, trick of the light. It's not that I wanted to disprove everything. I just never saw the point in jumping to ghosts or demons when logic usually did the job. But this is the story that made me shut my mouth. It happened about a year ago. I was house-sitting for a friend, an old place out in central Pennsylvania. Not quite rural, but definitely quiet. 2 stories, drafty, and full of antique furniture that her mom had collected over the years. She told me her mom believed in bad spirits and even kept some kind of protective charm over the upstairs hallway light. I remember rolling my eyes when she pointed it out, but hey, she was paying me to feed the cat and water the plants. I wasn't about to argue over superstitions. The first night was fine, second night too, but on the third, something changed. It started just after midnight. I was upstairs getting ready for bed when I heard a sharp knocking sound. 3 taps, right at the bedroom wall behind me. Not the door, the wall. I froze and waited. Knock, 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 again. I walked into the hallway and nothing. Just silence and that hallway light overhead. It was flickering now, even though it had been fine earlier. I figured maybe the wiring was bad, a faulty bulb, and I went back to the bedroom. But that's when the smell hit me. Sulfur, very distinct, thick and heavy, like someone had lit a match and let it burn in their hand. The cat, normally a shadow at my feet, bolted from the room and wouldn't come back in. And then the air shifted and got even heavier, like I'd stepped into a sauna. Only there was no heat, just pressure. I sat on the edge of the bed trying to steady myself when the mirror across the room fogged. It just fogged up. No steam, no breath, nothing around it, but on the glass, I could see shapes, fingers, 4 of them, dragging down the mirror slowly from the top, like something was behind the glass, watching. And then the knocking started again, but this time, from inside the closet. I didn't go near it. I didn't say anything. I just sat there, listening to the knocking. It turned into a scratching. Long, deliberate strokes, like nails dragging across wood. And then a voice so low, I thought it was in my own head at first. It didn't say words, just made a sound that shouldn't come from a throat. It was wrong. I left that room, slept in the car with the cat on my lap. When I told my friend what happened the next day, she gave me a look and said, "You didn't touch the charm in the hallway, did you?" I hadn't, but it had fallen, shattered even, on the floor. And above it, carved into the ceiling beam, were 3 marks, deep, like they'd been clawed at. After seeing that, I didn't go back inside the house. Not after what had happened with the charm, the mirror. I finished the job from the driveway. I fed and gave the cat water through an open window. I told my friend something had spooked me, and that I'd rather not house it again. She laughed it off, said her mom would have loved to hear that I'd been scared, but I didn't find it funny. But here's the part that's harder to admit. Whatever was in that house, I don't think it stayed there. Just a couple days after I got home, things started happening. It was minor at first, like waking up at 3:15 every morning without fail. Eyes wide open, no dream to blame. A bulb in my hallway started flickering, Same timing, every night. Always 3:15. I replaced it. It kept happening. Eventually, I just took it out, stopped walking past it in the dark. But then there was a voice. Not outside. Inside my apartment, right next to my bed. So low and close, I could feel it. It didn't whisper this time. You. My stomach flipped, my vision tunneled, and I couldn't move. Not for a while. The next day, I burned the clothes that I'd worn in that house. I washed everything else with vinegar or salt, whatever I could Google at 2 a.m. I'm not proud of it. But when you've heard and felt something breathe without lungs, you start looking for answers in places that you once rolled your eyes at. It hasn't come back, not fully and not yet. But sometimes the light in my apartment flickers for no reason. I'll change it out and same thing. Sometimes I find a mirror fogged, and even though the air is dry, it's fogged. Sometimes I swear I hear footsteps from inside my closet, followed by a silence that isn't really silence. It's just waiting. I still don't believe in demons or ghosts per se, but I know that what's happened, it's strange and like nothing I've ever experienced before. In another timeline, me and my partner most likely wouldn't have gotten married, simply from my horrible first impression of him. Nowadays, his emo fashions transitioned into a comfortable ska surf punk style, and he's about 5 cans short of a six-pack he once had. But back in our early 20s, Liam went by Lee, and he was a flippy-haired scene kid that indulged in the macabre, with an equally shocking and dark sense of humor. On the inside, he was a soft, gentle boy whose sadness poetically filled a notebook hidden in his closet. Liam truly had and still has a beautiful mind and a beautiful soul. But when we first met, he came off as a total pretentious asshole. Well, he really just came off as a big old drunk. The occasion was for a mutual friend's birthday. It was a house party on a Saturday night. I hadn't planned on staying out too late or drinking too much because I had to work in the morning. Plus, I'd already been there all day to help decorate. The house had a huge sound system in the living room that, for the most part, stayed at a reasonable low muffle from outside. I'm on the back deck giving my hugs goodbye before I get on the road. And as I'm getting ready to leave, a few of Lee's friends were asking around if anyone had seen Lee. With the amount of attendees at the party, I hadn't even known they were there that night until they approached us. Nobody on the deck had seen him. We all shook our heads no. They were both stumbling drunk and couldn't narrow down a time frame beyond them being 100% sure that Lee had been with them when they got to the party. Both friends looked stressed, but I hadn't known Lee well enough to share their emotions, and when they walked away to ask the next group, I wrapped up my goodbyes and left. On my way home, a pervasive smell kept wafting up my nose, so I closed the vents. And that didn't help, so I opened them up and rolled the windows down, and that helped a little. But as soon as I'd rolled the windows back up, this foul odor was immediately right in my face again. I'm thinking that I must have stepped in something or hit a pregnant skunk on the way out because that was how unbelievably overpowering it was as I drove. The route home was long and the 2-lane highway was windy with zero visibility past my headlights. Then I started hearing low, animalistic growls that couldn't have been human. The house party I was at was located deep in the woods, and I was literally shaking with fear, thinking, what if I had been smelling a wild animal that was waking up in my back seat? I slowed my drive and pulled over to the shoulder with my hazards on. There was nothing I had to protect myself if the creature would have leapt from the darkness of my back seat, and the dome light was dead center of the front and back seat. I was trembling, reaching my hand out to flip it on. When I did, The car's interior lit up, and I was met with a sight I hadn't expected. There was, in fact, a dirty wild animal waking up in my back seat, but it was of the human variety. Lo and behold, Lee, in a pitiful display of tolerance that night, had shown up to the party already completely wasted. Instead of following his friends into the house to continue the party, he found the first unlocked car to pass out in, and lucky me, he chose the back seat of my Nissan. He'd been puking on the floor of my car for hours possibly, enough for the liquid to pool on the floor below his hanging head. Thankfully, the floor was protected with tough rubber mats, but he didn't keep it isolated just to the floor mats. Oh no, it was everywhere back there. Even spattered on the back window. I didn't want to know how it got up there. It was disgusting, and I was horrified. That moment disrupted all 5 of my senses at once. No, I couldn't taste him, but the smell in my nostrils made it as if I could. The screams I should have been emitting were replaced by dry heaves, watching Lee push himself up to a seating position. This bold Romeo that had just awoken chooses not to acknowledge any of the many things wrong with the moment, but instead, he says, "Hey, baby, you fine. What's your name?" Before I can tell him to get the fuck out of my car, he feels another wave about to hit and dives out on his own accord. My car was already ruined. He might as well have just finished what he was doing in the back seat. It was all the same at this point, but I was grateful for his gesture, I guess. Lee walks a couple of yards into the tall grass and starts the second round of his waterfall impersonations. I'm trying not to look in that direction to give him some privacy, but if I wanted to see a pile of his puke, I could have satisfied my cravings by looking into my back seat. Hell, I could have looked directly up and still seen some. Now, I bet you're thinking, Doris, the story of how you met your future husband is scary, but in a more esoteric way. And that's not what I came here for. Up to now, you would be correct, but this is when an authentic scare happens. One that we can all feel weird about. While Lee's throwing up outside the right passenger door, I'm drum tapping on the steering wheel, waiting for him to finish. That's when, from the opposite side, so on my driver's side window, I hear 3 taps. I thought I'd dropped an eyeliner between the seats because the taps were gentle. But when I glanced in the direction of the noise, there was a man pressed up against my window. If I hadn't been wearing my seatbelt, the shock of seeing him there would have launched me out of my seat. There was no reasonable place for this man to have come from. I was parked on the side of a 2-lane highway, dark, miles from any house or business, and it looked like my scream of distress. It made him smile, like his intentions were to scare me, and he got what he wanted. His big, toothy grin only intensified my emotions. I was pretty terrified, but also a little embarrassed now. Keeping my window rolled up, I start yelling at him, "What do you want? Get away from my car." And to this, he takes a few steps back from the window and says, "Hey, you haven't seen a little black dog running around here, have ya?" He was an older man with a straw hat, dressed in a coat too big for his body. Under, he wore a dirty white button-up, thick black suspenders holding up his pants that also looked baggy on him. I shook my head no to his question, and he says, "Yeah, okay. Thanks anyway." From the other side, I could still hear Lee in the bushes. He had no clue what was happening only a few feet away. The man in the straw hat continued to stand there, staring at me. All I could do was stare back at him. Then he finally turns like he's going to walk away. But before he goes, he says the most unsettling thing, all with the creepy smile that never left his face. He says, "I wouldn't be out here too long if I were you. Those red lights blinking like that will attract demons out here." I didn't respond. The man's presence was intimidating, not in the way of a physical threat, He was an elderly, small man, but there was something about him that scared me deeply, internally. From the way he arrived to the way he left, it was like I'd met the devil himself. Then he turned to his left with his hands raised to his mouth to project the sound of his voice, and he called out, "Sandy, come out, girl." He whistled loudly, putting 2 fingers in his mouth. I turned to see if Lee got startled by the whistle, but he was already back in the car. The front of his shirt was covered in puke, and he looked miserable. This time he got into the front seat, and after closing the door, he asked me if I had just whistled. I say no, it was that guy. But as I scan the dark road, left to right, there's no sign of him. Lee never saw him. I could feel the hair on my arms stand stiff, and before Lee could even put on his seatbelt, I turned off my hazards and punched the gas, kicking up the gravel on the shoulder of the road as I got back onto the highway. The man had all but disappeared. I kept looking in my rearview mirrors, hoping my backlights would pick him up, but the road was empty. Lee is in and out of consciousness, trying to give me directions to his house while I'm driving as fast as I can without killing us on the turns. It doesn't end there. A few miles down the road, I have to slam on my brakes. Inertia sends Lee's sleeping corpse into my dashboard. His forehead slightly cracks my windshield. He's groggy, cussing, and confused why I just did that. But this time, my reasoning is undeniable, because we could both see it. There, drenched in my headlights, sitting in the middle of the road, was a little black dog. It didn't flinch as the sound of my tires burning rubber to stop screeched towards it, and it didn't move after I honked a few times. I hear Lee's door pop open. He's about to go out and grab the dog, but before he can, I say nope and drive cautiously, but quickly, around this dog in the road. I'm driving slow, but the moment we're past the dog, I was feverishly looking in my rear views. Sure, it's dark, but it's clear that the dog we'd just seen was now much taller. There was no way that old man made it this far on foot, beat us to this area. But there was no way that was a dog, either. I slap Lee on his chest and tell him, look, and he sees it too. Even in his drunkest, he slurs out, "What the fuck was that?" My foot got a little heavier on the gas. No way had that just happened. Honestly, it had me so rattled, I'd forgotten Lee was in my car. Only 2 minutes away from my own house is when I realized it, and I decided he could shower and sleep on my couch. Someone was going to need to clean my car out the next day anyway. So yeah, my love story and horror story essentially took place on the same night. Lucky me. Last month, I visited my aunt in North Carolina. I was supposed to stay with her for a week, but I only lasted 2 days. She's getting older, and her husband died last year, so I just wanted to make sure she was doing okay. Everything seemed really normal at first. She was in good spirits. We had a nice dinner. And then I went to brush my teeth before bed and realized there was no mirror in the bathroom. It had been taken off the wall. In fact, there were no mirrors left anywhere in the house. I figured it was one of those trauma reactions where she just didn't want to see herself. But when I asked her about it, she said that she had to take the mirrors away because my uncle was haunting her. And not only was he haunting her, he had turned into a demonic, twisted version of himself. Clearly, this was a different level of struggling than I had imagined. I felt out of my depth. It's one thing if she couldn't bear to see herself. It's another issue entirely if she's seeing literal demons. I don't know much about psychology, but I know people handle grief in strange ways. Even so, this felt like it was on the extreme side. I called my dad to tell him what was going on. He asked me to keep an eye on her until he could get there that weekend. Fine, sounded simple enough. She was still eating, taking care of herself, just without mirrors. The next day, I did my best to avoid the topic entirely, and things seemed more normal. My aunt wanted to take me to dinner that evening, so I took a shower and used a hand mirror for my makeup. About halfway through, I put the mirror down to find the right eyeshadow, and when I picked it back up, I saw a gray, rotting face over my shoulder. It shocked me so badly that I threw the mirror across the room and it shattered. My aunt heard the noise and came running. She looked from me to the mirror and knew that I saw it, but didn't say anything. Instead, we went to dinner like nothing had happened. By the time we were in the restaurant, it didn't feel real anymore. The world was going about its business like any other day. It made a lot more sense that I would have imagined a demon face. I was far from home, and all the spooky talk had just got into my head, right? No big deal. On the way home, we stopped at CVS to fill my aunt's prescription, and I secretly bought a new mirror. When we got back to the house, I went to my room and stared into it for half an hour without seeing a thing. Hypothesis confirmed. There was no demon. I was just shamefully impressionable. The next morning, I started putting my makeup on, looked away for 2 seconds, and bam, there it was again, with cloudy, milky white eyes. This time, I managed to refrain from throwing the mirror, but only barely. When I looked again, the figure was gone. I don't know what the hell it is, but I don't think it's my uncle. That thing, it's something evil. It gave me the cold sweats feeling down to my bones and in the pit of my stomach. Every fiber of me wanted to recoil into a ball and disappear. I took my aunt shopping to get us out of the house, and again, a little time in the real world had me questioning my sanity. I couldn't have actually seen what I thought I saw. It's just not possible. So we got home. I looked in the mirror again, and nothing. But then I looked away and looked back a few times, and there it was, clear as day. I forced myself to keep looking, to really take it in. It was really there. It wasn't some trick of the light or a figment of my imagination. It was there. After a few seconds, a skeletal hand started reaching over my shoulder, and I couldn't take it anymore. The mirror went sailing across the room and broke against the wall. When I finally stopped crying, I called my dad. He didn't believe a word of it, but he definitely didn't want me staying with my aunt any longer. So he left work to come down early. As soon as he got there, I booked a flight home. My dad stayed for 3 days before he got my aunt a new place and listed the house for sale. I talked to my aunt earlier today. She hasn't seen anything since she left that house, so we're hoping whatever that thing was, it got left behind. I feel sorry for whoever buys that house, though. I've only used a Ouija board once in my life. It was at a friend's apartment in college, on the second floor of a building that always smelled like someone else's dinner. 5 of us were there. We'd pushed the coffee table aside, sat cross-legged on the carpet, and passed around a bottle of cheap wine until our teeth looked a little bit stained in the candlelight. Once proper buzzed, someone produced the board from the back of a closet. Creased lid, corners taped. It looked like an old Halloween decoration. I wasn't a believer. I don't think any of us were. Not really. We were bored, maybe, and curious. Felt like a dare without consequences sort of thing. We started with the usual questions of, is anyone there? What's your name? The planchette didn't do anything. One of my friends said we needed to refocus, that we shouldn't have drank before, that they read that was bad or something. So we closed our eyes, took a deep breath, and continued to ask questions. The planchette actually crept. It was suspicious. We were looking at each other, sort of rapid fire, wondering who's the culprit. I was thinking of excusing myself. I suddenly didn't like that it was moving. But then it changed. The little pointer steadied, like someone more sure of themselves had taken over. It slid cleanly, without a hitch. Month, day, and year. October 17th, 2024. We all laughed uncomfortably. What's supposed to happen? Someone asked. We waited, but nothing. The planchette sat in the middle of the board like a dead moth. Someone made a joke about my future wedding date. Someone else said it was probably when I'd finally pay them back for pizza. They were targeting me because I'd asked the question. But my question didn't warrant a date, did it? I just said, tell us something we don't know. We eventually moved on to music and snacks, talking about who liked who, what we were doing that month, all that stuff. But even through it all, I still kept thinking about that date. It stayed in my mind. It didn't sit in my memory like something trivial. It wasn't a novelty I could misplace. It sat with weight, like a phrase you can't remember where you heard, only it repeats itself when you're doing the most ordinary things, folding shirts, rinsing dishes. The date would flicker up, whole and exact. I never had to reach for it, it was just there. I told myself that it was nothing. You notice what you decide to notice. But then it started appearing in little corners of life that you don't control. I mean, the microwave would say 1017, receipt total 1017. I'd get a new employee badge, and the last 4 digits would be 1017. A news site I checked every day posted an article with a timestamp of 10:17 a.m., and I stared at it for far too long, longer than the headline deserved. I walked past a mailbox tag once, Unit 1017, and I felt my chest drop the way that you do when you miss a step in the dark. This feeling was constant. I didn't live in a cascade of 1017s, but it appeared often enough to feel pointed, like being tapped on the shoulder by nothing in particular. I told my mom about it once on the phone. Not the Ouija part, just the date seemed to follow me around. She said, well, remember it and call me when it happens, so I can say I told you so when it's nothing. She had a way of taking the edge off, making me not worry. I could hear her kettle click in the background. Electric, squat. She'd bought it because a friend said it was faster than the stove. You know you read meaning into things when you're anxious, she said. So try not to feed it, okay? Her voice did that soft drop on okay, like she was placing the word into my hand. Years rolled by. The date stayed where it had always been, like a splinter under the skin. Every October 17th came and went without incident. I'd wake up the next day and feel equal parts silly and relieved. I learned to let the sight of it pass through me, on clocks, receipts, table numbers, tiny coincidences that I could step around. I didn't stop noticing, but I stopped asking what it wanted. In college, I found that I was closer to my mom than I'd ever been. I saw her whenever I could. She had a way of filling a room with warmth without doing anything special. Tea, an apple slice on a plate, the porch door cracked for air. When I stayed over, we'd sit in our socks and watch whatever was going on, talking through commercials of whatever was on TV. She kept a recipe box with her handwriting on index cards, neat and looping letters that looked exactly like they had when I was a kid. She saved voice messages, even when they were just me saying I'd be late. It's nice to have your voice around, she'd say, when the house is quiet. She was sweet. When October 17th, 2024 finally got close enough to be a month on my calendar, I found myself waiting without meaning to. Not with dread exactly, with a kind of patient curiosity. I didn't want to admit to it. It was a Thursday. I worked from home in the morning, answering emails. ate the rest of a container of soup that tasted fine until I read the label and saw that the serving size was more than one. I sent a joke about the date to a group chat. If I vanished today, it was the demons, LOL. Someone sent back a skull emoji. Another sent a screenshot of their clock at 10:17 with a sideways eye emoji. My mom called around 3. "Hi, darling," she said, the way she always did. She asked about work. I asked about the neighbor's new dog, the one that howled like a flute. Her words, not mine. We talked about nothing in particular. In the background, I could hear the electric kettle hum. "I'll make tea and call your aunt," she said. "She'll want to tell me how I'm using the wrong kind of honey again." She laughed. That soft, breathy laugh that made me laugh too. "You sound good," she said, like she was noting a weather change. "Call me this weekend? I might make that stew you like." We hung up. I stood in the kitchen longer than made sense, phone still in my hand. I guess I was feeling relieved that the day had already given me something good. By evening, I'd almost stopped thinking about it. I watched a dumb show and folded a towel wrong and refolded it. I put my phone face down on the couch cushion. When it buzzed, I let it go a second, and then I picked up without looking at the screen. "Hello?" It was my dad. He sounded like the phone line was a long hallway, and he was at the other end. Not sure which room he was calling into. "Hey," he said. And then my name, like a test. He didn't say hello. Nobody says hello like that when something's wrong. He started and stopped like he'd hit a doorway that he hadn't seen. She fell. In the kitchen. They think it was her heart. I stood. I don't remember deciding to. I walked toward the door because I needed something to move. He told me he'd been in the yard doing work, had his headphones in. A neighbor came running over, said there was a smoke alarm going off. The paramedics came quickly, he said. A heart attack. In the kettle, it started a small fire on the countertop. I don't remember what I said. I remember the shape of the quiet after we hung up, though. I remember turning my phone over and seeing the recent call list. The time next to my dad's phone call. 10:17 p.m. We're very good at bending the world to fit shape when we need to. And we're very good at telling ourselves that we meant to call, we meant to leave earlier, we meant to say more, say anything else at all. I stood in my own kitchen and put my hand on the counter because it was something that held. I could feel my knees going weak. Without that countertop, I was jello. I looked at the microwave clock and turned away before I could see the numbers. In the days that followed, the moments stacked and unstacked like there was a hand somewhere rearranging them. The neighbor's casserole, wrapped in foil, the couch with its too clean blanket, the recipe box on the table. I found the stew card, her handwriting neat and certain, salt and bay leaf listed in a row of ingredients that always tasted like her house. A yellow sticky note at the bottom in smaller letters. Start the kettle first, so you have something warm while you chop. I pressed my thumb to the pencil impression and felt the urge to call and ask her what kind of honey she liked now, if she'd changed her mind. There's paperwork for everything. People will hand you envelopes and say take your time and mean it and not mean it. There's appointments and a new weight to your own name when you say it to strangers. I learned the way a room changes when you speak out loud the fact of a person's absence. My dad told the story of the night in small pieces, each time shaving off an edge to make it smoother to carry. "Tea," he'd say, like a period, and I'd see the kettle again, and I'd check the clock without meaning to. He told me later that the paramedics had a time that they wrote down that wasn't the time I saw on my phone. He said the neighbor was the one who took the kettle off the base. He said the smoke alarm chirps differently when it's steam and not smoke. He was trying to do everything in his power to make me feel like I wasn't responsible, like I hadn't predicted something terrible. And I appreciate him for that. I really do. And for what it's worth, the date stopped showing up after that. I didn't see 10:17 on the microwave the way I used to. But now, for a completely different reason, I'd never forget that day. You can tell yourself it meant nothing. A coincidence that learned how to walk beside you. A trick of attention. Maybe that's the safest place to set it down. I know what it looked like to carry it for years, and I know what it felt like when it landed. Now, sometimes late at night, when my apartment is as quiet as it gets, I'll play her old messages just to hear her say hello. My phone marks them with dates and times. I haven't touched a Ouija board since that one time in college. I kept the story to myself for years, partly because I didn't want to be the person who believed in something I couldn't explain, and partly because there's a tenderness you feel for your own grief that makes you guard it from other people's explanations. The board didn't give me a warning I understood. It didn't tell me what to do, who to hold on to, where to be. It handed me a date and left me to decide whether to carry it. I carried it. It arrived on time. If you ask me what I believe now, I tell you I don't know. I know there was a night in a second-floor apartment with bad carpet and a board that spelled a future I couldn't read. I know that there was a Thursday years later that looked ordinary when I wrote it down, but it doesn't feel that way anymore. I don't think the board was telling me what would happen. I think it was telling me when I would have to live with it, the inevitable. And I do. I live with it. Some nights it feels like carrying a date written on paper that strong hands won't let me tear. Other nights it's simple. Make tea, stir the stew. Before sending this, I just sent the Green Hill Estates HOA an email advising the possibility of a wolf roaming around near one of our neighborhoods. Someone needs to go out there and see what's going on in the woods, and it's definitely not going to be me and my 8-pound Pomeranian leading the investigation. I didn't say that last part in my message, but someone really does need to go sweep that forest for anything that may pose danger to the families in our community. I mean, we've got kids out here riding bikes and walking around sometimes long after sundown. I'd hate to read on the HOA update board that a youngster had been mauled in an event that could have been preventable. This all happened a few hours ago, prompting the frantic, furious typing. I'd gotten home from work, took my dog out for a short walk around 8. There's a lot of components to everything going on that I didn't mention to my HOA, because my main goal was for them to do something about it. And if I fully explained myself, it would have decreased the chances for them to believe me, and therefore decrease their urgency to act. But that's why my next stop was here, because I had to tell someone what happened, share it with potentially more open-minded in nature than the board of my HOA. No offense to them. I understand it's a community resource. They have to allocate wisely, and my claim would have been looked at like not a serious inquiry if I'd shared the details, you know? I wrote about my concern being a wolf, but I'm not sure what it was. I got Scoot on his leash and my AirPods in. The Spirit Box app was open on my phone, and I was listening to it speak random words in between reverberate noises and sounds. Nothing jumping out as anything meaningful. On most nights, that's how it goes until I get bored and switch to music to power through the final stretch of the walk. Same thing happening tonight. All I'm hearing is choppy noise, and I've already got Spotify open, scrolling, about to play Dolly Parton, when the Spirit Box app says a full sentence that I can hear clearly in my headphones. A man's voice cut through the static saying, "I'm over here." I stopped mid-step with my thumb hovering over Backwoods Barbie, and I swiped over to the Spirit Box. In the app, along with its audio capabilities, it writes out the words being transmitted through with a timestamp. And a few seconds before, I was able to confirm that it said, "I'm over here." I kept looking through the timeline because I noticed a few seconds before that it said, "Hello, hello, wait," and I must not have heard it. Scoot was pulling on the leash, but I made him wait as I intensely listened for any more intelligible words. I gave us an internal 10 count. If nothing popped up on the Spirit Box, we were going to keep walking. Counting back, a part of me was intrigued at the prospect of my $10 purchase not going to waste. But in the same aspect, I was partially praying that something would convince me the app was a hoax and I could get on with my night. Because I'll admit that I was a little spooked. But it spoke again. Same voice, now saying, "Left, closer." Scooter and I walked to the sidewalk on the other side of the street. On that side, past the sidewalk, is a grassy slope leading down to the forest area. After I'd crossed the street, the voice stopped saying left but repeated, "Closer," about 5 or 6 times. I could tell it wanted me to go further down the hill, towards the trees. And I was honestly about to do it. The few small embers of excitement still burned in my heart. I hadn't had these kinds of willies in my stomach since I was a child, and each step increased the feeling. But then Scoot stopped me. He didn't follow. He stayed on the sidewalk, and when I took out my AirPods, I could hear him growling. His hair was standing up, and he was trying to move me backwards, trying to pull the leash and me back up. Finally, I retreated back up to the sidewalk. I could have easily yanked him down the hill with me, but when I looked at him, he was trembling. With one earphone out, I didn't hear the Spirit Box when it told me, "Don't go." But it was logged as a spoken sentence when I checked the app again on the sidewalk. Even when I got back up next to Scoots, he didn't stop growling in the direction of the hillside. And when I looked back down into the trees, I saw what he was growling at. Camouflaged at the bottom of the hill, a man walked out of the trees into the short grass. He had his hands in his pockets. He smiled at me, and he took a hand out to wave. It looked like he took a file to his teeth. They were all grinded down to a point, and they were shiny. Scoots started yipping and barking, trying to get as far away from this guy as possible, and I did too. Right when he walked out, I had that "oh no" feeling. But when I saw those sharp teeth, everything felt a lot more impending, if that makes sense. I was realizing in that moment that I no longer felt safe at a distance. A random guy coming from the woods is off-putting enough when I'm walking alone out there. But this guy looked, dare I say, demonic. It had to have been him that hacked my Spirit Box app. I don't know how he did it. It didn't even know that an app like that could be hacked. But I've seen a lot of those things like Flipper Z on ads. They're like small hacking device things. I don't know their capabilities. I only know that there's things on the market that can easily hack stuff. I don't know another way that something like this could be pulled off. I deleted the app right when I got home, but not before looking at the sentence log one last time and seeing a final entry that said, "Come back." The googly eyes on my child's art project moved the other day. I watched them as they moved from left to right and back again. At one point during their cycle, They both stopped in the middle of their domed enclosures, like the eyes were looking back at me. It sounds completely absurd. It felt absurd confirming with myself that these black dots were actually moving. The googly eyes are glued on a clay cup that over the last week she'd painted, put it in a kiln. When my daughter brought it home, we put the eyes on. She was supposed to fill it with her favorite drink and bring it to school the next day. My daughter didn't notice it. I felt for vibrations or any sort of explanation for what I'd seen. But if I'd been honest with myself, I knew the obscure way those black circles drifted up and then back and forth, like they did. They weren't going to be the result of my daughter's knee bumping the table. It made me incredibly anxious. When the dots floated back down, I grabbed a bunch of cocoa packets, stuffed them in the cup, and then stuffed it into her backpack. She'd be bringing it back to school the next day, so I tried not to think any more about it after that. But today, she brought the cup back home. I shouldn't have been surprised, or at least I should have acted like I wasn't as surprised. When she pulled it out of her backpack this afternoon, well, have you ever accidentally said something out loud that you thought you were thinking? I don't know how to explain it, but in my defense, I was caught off guard, and I really didn't know how uncomfortable it made me until I was face to face with the googly eyes again. I accidentally blurted out, "No, Taylor, why'd you bring that home again?" Then I thought, "No, Judy, you just said that out loud. Recover, recover. She's looking at you. Say something quick." So I go, "Why'd you bring that home again? Because all my other cups are going to get jealous that I'm drinking from this one every day." Boom, mic drop. Her eyes lit up with excitement, and now I'm dreading having my morning coffee in it tomorrow. I've considered breaking it, talked to my partner about it. He doesn't think that I should break it. He thinks I'm overreacting. I think I could possibly be saving us from a demonic poltergeist, but oh well. He's not a skeptic either. This isn't the first time our girl has brought some miscellaneous item with something attached to it home. It's like the spirits are attracted to her. I don't like it. The first time she brought home a stuffed goose that she'd picked out of a pile of stuffed animals at the state fair. The night I came home with us, things started happening around the house. I'd hear footsteps in other rooms when I was the only one home, and the stuffed goose would randomly appear in different places, even after I had consciously remembered putting it somewhere else. Every time I'd see it out of place in the house, I'd just grab it again and walk it back into Taylor's room. These things I could ignore. They weren't big enough to throw me off my routine, although I did hate finding that goose everywhere. It felt intrusive. As much as I tried to ignore it, I couldn't get rid of the sense that I was being spied upon in my own home. I think the more I ignored it, the more its insistence for acknowledgement intensified. That's the only way I can describe it. For example, originally when I'd find the goose in different places, it would be on the floor. Then I'd start finding it on the couch and tables around the house. Then finally one night I'm crawling into bed, and as I'm getting under the sheets, the back of my legs feel the unmistakable prickly fur of the stuffed goose. I screamed. It woke up my partner, and it made the neighbor's dog bark. But I'd had enough, and that dog always barks at any time of the night without my help, so I didn't feel bad about that either. I marched that goose directly outside and straight to the trash. As I'm walking out the door, I see my partner in the living room. I ask what he's doing down there, as I could have sworn I'd just seen him in bed a second ago. That realization made me physically sick when it left my mouth. And extra urgent to get that stuffed goose out of the house. I couldn't wait for his response. I ran past him, out the door, to trash it. My partner followed me out and asked me if I had just come from our bedroom upstairs. I tell him, yes, I was just getting into bed, and I found this goose, decided I hated it, and wanted to throw it in the garbage. He looked pale. His eyes looked like they were filling with tears. He goes, I was in bed, but I heard you calling my name from downstairs. He pauses to ask me again, almost pleading with me that I was messing with him. But I promised. He tells me that it was my voice calling him, telling him to come downstairs, although he knew deep down that I was in the shower upstairs. The voice he heard was so convincing that he followed it downstairs. In our house, there's a small hallway that you have to walk through from the bottom of the stairs to the living room. He says that he saw what he thought was me turning the hallway corner into the living room, but he couldn't find me when he got there, and he nearly had a full-on heart attack when I came running up behind him, looking crazed with a stuffed goose. It was a draining experience for us both. I had the chance to tell him all the crazy stuff that had happened with the goose, and that's where I thought all the energy was coming from. The next morning, when Taylor asked where it was, I told her that the goose was infested with bugs, so we had to throw it out. Not my best, but the latter was telling her that it was infested with the devil. Taylor's asleep now. I passed by her bedroom a few moments ago, saw her curled up under the covers, breathing softly, safe. The mug is still on the kitchen counter. I tried moving it to the cabinet earlier, just to get it out of my sight. But I only made it a few steps before something inside of me said nope. Back on the counter it went. I can't keep it, but I also can't just throw it in the trash, not like the goose. She made this thing. She was proud of it. She watched it come to life with paint and glitter and a gallon of glue, even with the eyes. And I saw her face when I joked about all the other mugs being jealous. I gave her that moment. I can't rip it away now. At least, not in a way that she'll notice. So I've been brainstorming. Maybe it accidentally falls off the shelf tomorrow. Maybe it gets a chip and becomes too sharp to keep. Maybe it goes into a donation box and finds its way to a very unlucky thrift store. But it has to go. I know how this starts. Small things, subtle shifts, feelings you try to ignore, until one night you find yourself questioning your own reality while your partner insists nothing is wrong, and your daughter is calling out from her room, saying she saw something move in the hallway. I'd rather deal with the disappointed 6-year-old than open that door again. And I know this sounds crazy, but the longer it stays, the more I can feel it. Not just the movement of the eyes, but something else. Like it's aware of me, the way I'm aware of it. Like it's waiting for me to slip up, let my guard down. No, I've learned my lesson. The mug has to go. Quietly, carefully, before whatever's inside decides to stay. Years ago, right after high school, I got really into the occult. Still am, honestly, but I'm much more careful about it now. Back then, though, I was reckless. I messed around with Ouija boards, did ritual work without knowing what I was really inviting in, and let's just say, I learned the hard way that some things should be left alone. I've had my share of weird experiences, shadow people, sleep paralysis, even run-ins with a figure known as the Hat Man. But nothing compares to the night that I encountered something far worse. Something I'm pretty sure attached itself to me. At the time, I was living with my aunt. One night I woke up to use the bathroom, nothing out of the ordinary. But when I came back to my room, the second I stepped inside, I felt it. The air was ice cold. I could literally see my breath. My gut dropped, and every hair on my body stood on end. Somehow, I wasn't alone. There was something in the corner of my room. I couldn't see it, not at first, but I knew it was there. I tried to ignore it, climbed back into bed, pulled the blanket up, but the second I shut my eyes, a deep, consuming hatred washed over me. It wasn't just fear. It was something else, something dark and furious. My heart started going crazy. My body locked up, and then, from that corner, I heard a whisper. It wasn't English. It wasn't any language I recognized, but it was right there, inches from me. And then I saw her. She drifted out of the shadows, tall, impossibly pale, with matted black hair hanging in her face. Her dress was filthy. It was torn, like she'd clawed her way out of the ground. And the smell, sulfur, rot, something dead. It flooded my nose, making me gag. I knew I wasn't dreaming. I'd never smelled anything in my dream before. This was really happening. She didn't just stand there. She moved, slow, towards my bed, and then got into it. Before I knew it, she was hovering above me, her face just inches from mine, her lips moving, still whispering words I couldn't understand. And then suddenly, her hands were on me, one around my throat, the other forcing its way into my mouth. I couldn't scream, I couldn't move. Everything started to go dark. The next thing I knew, my aunt was shaking me awake. I was on the floor at the foot of my bed. My throat was burning. She was in a panic, saying she heard thumps, muffled screams. She came in and saw me thrashing, shaking violently, before I tumbled off the bed. And sure enough, when I looked in the mirror, a bruise circling my entire neck. For a while, things calmed down, but she wasn't gone. I saw her again. I felt her again. And every time it got worse. Then in 2018, I met my fiancé. When I moved in with her, I told her everything. She's Wiccan, comes from a long line of witches, and the first thing that she did was cleanse and smudge me. She gave me crystals for protection, did another cleansing on the house. For a while, it seemed like it worked, but ever so often, I still see her, especially in my nightmares, in the corner of my vision when I'm out in public. It's like she's just watching. Whenever that happens, my fiancé does another round of smudging, and it's enough to keep whatever this thing is at bay. But I know it's still there, lurking, and every time I feel it, something bad follows. I know now what evil feels like, and the thing is, once you know it, you never forget. For this story, we're going back to the early 90s, when I was 18. A little context for my younger friends. There were no cell phones, no internet, and no GPS. If you wanted to meet your friends somewhere, you made plans in advance and prayed that they showed up. If you got lost, you had to stop and ask for directions or learn to read a paper map. A skill I could never master, but it's not important here. Okay, now that everyone's caught up, on with our main event. One weekend, myself and two friends made plans to go camping. We were originally supposed to meet at my house Saturday morning and drive to the site together. But my grandmother had a stroke the day before our trip. Thankfully, it was minor. But she needed someone to get her home and help watch over her for a little while. My mom was a lawyer and in court when it happened, so I drove the hour to Granny's and got settled in. My mom didn't arrive until pretty late Friday night, so I canceled with my friends, and we decided that I would just meet them at the campsite. My gear had already been loaded in the car anyway, and it would be quicker to go straight there. Now, we hadn't actually gone to this spot before. We wanted to try something new, and the place that we heard about was roughly an hour and a half away. I managed to get there by noon. My friends, however, did not. These days, if someone is 15 minutes late, you can call or text, but I just had to wait, and wait, and wait. Especially since it was a long drive, I had to account for if they got a late start, if they got lost on the way, if they stopped for gas or snacks, all of that. After nearly 3 hours, I felt close to death. Boredom is fatal, after all. I drove 15 minutes back to the nearest payphone, and I called my friend's house. No one answered. I called the other friend's house, and again, no answer. So I called my grandmother's house to see if they had left a message. They had not. I went back to the camping grounds and waited for another hour. Nothing. Went back to the payphone and finally got through to my friends. Apparently, Jen's car wouldn't start, and Judy couldn't borrow her brother's car until the next morning. And they couldn't find the paper that I wrote my grandmother's number on. Basically a perfect storm of bullshit. Ultimately, we decided to ditch school on Monday and keep our camping plans anyway. Now I had a choice to make. Drive home and right back again. Camp alone. No thanks. Or get a hotel. I opted for the hotel room. There was a cheap, run-down spot 15 minutes down the highway. And that was plenty good enough for me. I checked in and planned to watch TV until I fell asleep. On 3 different occasions, the TV randomly shut off by itself, but turned back on no problem. The volume also turned itself up and down at random, which got really annoying, but I blamed it on a janky motel TV and shoddy wiring, because the lights kept dimming and brightening too. On top of that, the people in the room next to me were annoying as hell. I assumed that they must have had kids because it was too chaotic to be anything else. They kept banging into the wall, laughing like little jackals. Not once did I hear their parents do anything about it. But again, it was par for the times. It had been a long, exhausting day. By 10, I was ready to go to sleep and get the night over with. As soon as I turned the lights off, someone started knocking on my door. I got up to check. No one outside. I immediately thought of the kids next door and started getting angry. It was one thing to be loud little shits, but to screw with me directly, that was too far. I shouted into the night that I would call the front desk if they did it again. I got back into bed, and within 10 minutes, it happened again, even louder this time. I ran to the door, but they were already gone. I didn't hear them go back into their room, so they had to be hiding nearby. I looked around the corners, behind the car. Still nothing. And that's when I realized mine was the only car on this side of the lot. I walked to the front desk and told the clerk my story. It was a young girl, probably not much older than me, and the look on her face instantly freaked me out, because she clearly knew something she didn't want to say. I had to drag it out of her. Not only were the rooms next to me empty, the rest of the motel was empty. I was the sole customer that evening. The girl tried to reassure me and get me back to my room, but I was pretty worried about what kind of creep was out there messing with me. Kids were one thing, but now it felt dangerous. Finally, she confessed that lots of people made the same complaints, that their employees never lasted long, because everyone thought the motel was haunted. I hadn't even complained about the lights and TV when she confessed that also happened all the time, even in the lobby. Apparently, some man had kidnapped his 2 children back in the 60s. Pulled a murder-suicide when the cops knocked on their door. I was thoroughly freaked out, but I went back to my room. What else was I going to do? I certainly wasn't going to drive home at that point, but an older, wiser me definitely would have. I got back into bed and there was another loud knock on the door, just as I was finally drifting off. I didn't open the door that time. Instead, I just waited it out. Once it stopped, it didn't start again, and I finally fell asleep until about 3 a.m. And that's when the covers were violently ripped off of me. I bolted upright to see them piled on the floor at the foot of the bed. My heart was already racing, and that alone was enough to do me in. But then I noticed movement in the corner. There was a straight-up transparent girl staring at me. Literally transparent. I could see the wallpaper print through her body. She looked like she was 8 years old, but half of her head was missing. I felt sick and terrified and numb all at once. I wanted to scream, but nothing would come out. Then, right in front of me, the girl walked through the wall and disappeared. That's all I needed. I jumped out of bed, grabbed my bag in a single movement. Never before or since have I moved that fast. I didn't go back to the front desk. I just got in my car and sped out of there like something was chasing me, because I assumed it was. Suddenly, sleeping in the campground parking lot didn't seem so crazy at all, or scary. I couldn't actually sleep, of course, but I had no problem waiting until dawn. Once the sun was up, I found a diner, got some breakfast. My friends actually showed up on time, but they didn't believe my story about the motel. I dared them to stay there for a night if they were so skeptical, but they weren't willing to try it for themselves. The camping trip was fine once we got into it. Everything was so normal that the abnormal was easy to let go of, but I never completely forgot. This is the first time that I've told this full story since telling my friends. I know the whole thing sounds crazy, but if there was a safe place to share my experience, this felt like the one. Thanks for listening. There was a story passed down from my great-great-grandfather about his time on the Oregon Trail. Although the snakes and dysentery were common struggles amongst the pioneers, there was something far more terrifying than anything they could have imagined lurking in the plains of the Northeast. Creatures that would hunt the travelers and pick off family members, one by one throughout the night. Other wagon convoys would often pass by the destruction and carnage left in its wake. Most always because resources were scarce. The parties that did stumble upon the blood-covered land would loot the wagons and whatever clothing remained that they could find. As groups would inevitably cross paths and trade their goods, they'd also trade stories of a vile beast roaming the prairie. Skeptics would argue that it was the Native American tribes committing these acts against them, but some claimed that they'd seen the monster firsthand while traveling through the night. Whether the stories they told were nothing more than tall tales or based in reality, the tragedy that littered the trail was undeniable, and the families brave enough to pack up everything they had to go on this adventure were suddenly becoming more and more fearful of what was to come next. It was true that the pioneers had consistent run-ins with the Native American people. Most occasions were met passively. It was rare for them to engage with the wagon convoys. When skirmishes did happen, the natives were ruthless, and what they left in the brutal aftermath would be a mess of death in their own right. But it was a distinctively human mess. There would be discarded weapons, broken blades, and the wagon usually blackened by fire and missing its valuables. One of the most glaring differences being what condition the horses were left in. The natives either shot or stole whatever animal was at the front of the wagon. The beasts would consume them, either fully or partially, but always leaving the hooves and the horseshoes. Their bones would look crushed, as if bitten through with the strength far beyond the capabilities of a bear or a mountain lion. My great-great-grandmother, she was named Abigail, and she was just 5 when our family started their journey west. The immediate family she intended to travel with consisted of her mother, father, and her 2 older siblings, who both died on the day before they were set to leave. One of them was ran over by a horse, and the other was shot as they tried to defend their siblings' honor by stabbing the man who was riding the horse. The remaining 3 members would bury the 2 and depart before the sun came up the next morning. Abigail's dad, Amos, steered the wagon during the daytime. a male presence in the open to detour bandits. Then Livy, the mother, would stay up through the night and keep lookout. She could hold her own with a rifle, and during one of her nightly shifts on guard, she'd see something that she described starting out as a native woman. She rose up from the tall grass, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. Livy stood up from the small fire burning next to the wagon. She called out to the woman with a hello while waving the rifle in the air. The native woman stayed unmoving, all but her hair that was pushed around by the wind, and following its dance like the grass that grew past her hips, she was practically a silhouette against the night sky. And as the wind continued to blow her hair around, clumps of it began to fall away. She let out an agonizing, piercing scream that makes Livy lower her rifle. She moved her feet into a shooting stance. She watched in horror as the woman's screams transformed into a sickening gargle. Strands of what was originally thought to be the woman's hair began to move independent of the natural flow of wind. What Livy saw was explained to me as if it had come from the woman's throat, out her mouth, described like roots from a tree growing upside down. But the roots were alive and moving, stretching up to taste the cold air. What Livy saw before her no longer resembled a human, and it scared her enough to fire a shot from her rifle. The round hits the creature square in the chest, and it fell backwards into the tall grass, no longer gargling. The commotion had woken up Amos, and he was able to see the woman right before Livy pulled the trigger. Quickly grabbing a lantern from a hook inside the wagon, he ignited the oil and began panning the light over the tall blades of grass while standing on the wagon's front bench as Livy loaded another round into the rifle. She raised it again and put the wooden buttstock against her shoulder, with the flint stock ready to fire while Amos continued to slowly move the lantern's glow across the land. While Abigail laid undisturbed, fast asleep, under an assortment of fabrics and animal hide, her parents were wide awake, just outside, prepared to meet any adversary that entered in their distance of illumination. From the back of the wagon, the family's 2 oxen started to make noise. Their bellies jingled aggressively, and the wooden bar that their ropes were looped to broke off the wagon, nearly tipping it over in the process. Amos and Livy watched as both of their oxen gallop in different directions into the darkness of the pasture. Without words, Livy takes off towards the back of the wagon. Amos, who's still on the wagon, turns and faces the lantern into the covered wagon. Before Livy's able to get all the way around, she hears Amos scream. 2 more long strides, and she's able to see why he's screaming. The native girl that Livy had previously shot was standing on the back of the wagon. She was facing the light that Amos was holding, shining at her. And that's when Livy was able to see the girl's features. The skin on the girl was discolored, hung loosely on her bones. Livy determined by her clothing that she was a native girl. Her eyes were open, but they were glazed in a fog. By all accounts, the girl looked deceased. Then, her jaw slowly opened, and her deep gurgling choke began again. Livy aimed the rifle, and as the first tentacle slid from the girl's lips, she fires. It takes off part of the girl's skull, but it doesn't fall or bleed. It was like her body was being used as a shell for something Livy and Amos couldn't see. It let out a hiss that sounds comparable to a fast-moving river. It's a burst of noise, and the creature turns its attention to Livy. Inside the wagon, Amos is terrified and does the dumbest, maybe smartest, quite possibly only thing he can do, which is to throw the oil lantern at the creature. The lantern explodes and fully engulfs the girl's body. sets the wagon top cover on fire. Livy runs to the wagon, desperately tries to untie the cover from the frame, as Amos fights through the fire to get Abigail. The creature jumps from the wagon and runs only a few yards before collapsing. The wagon was saved by Livy's quick actions, all except a cover, which they could purchase at the next junction. As the sun rose that morning, before continuing on, Amos located what was left of the girl's charcoaled remains, and it said that he did find the girl's body. It was completely blackened from the fire, unrecognizable of any features, besides being in the shape of a human. Amos noticed the head and the neck were missing, down to the curve of the body's shoulder blades. It revealed a hollow inside, the rib bones holding its skin like a tent, but no innards. It was believed that something was inside that poor dead native girl, controlling her, either as a shell or a lure. Then it crawled out when it could no longer use the corpse. Neither Amos or Livy spoke as they stood over that corpse. They never told the others in their convoy what happened either. But after that night, they noticed something strange. Stories of people disappearing, wagons left untouched, horses eaten. They stopped, as if whatever had been hunting them had moved on. Or maybe just moved somewhere else. The story's been passed down through generations in my family, always ending the same way. What Amos and Livy saw that night wasn't a person, and it wasn't just a creature. It was something else entirely. I'm a retired educator. The last year of my teaching career was in 2011. It's to be said that each year is filled with its own significant events. 2011 was much the same, though the memorable event that year involved a puzzling and tragic death of one of my students. A message left on the principal's voicemail while we were on spring break. It was the mother of a student named Austin Marino. She left a cursory explanation in an accent I couldn't quite narrow down. Austin had gotten sick, high fever, died at home. He had a sister a few grades older than him. They'd also unenroll her. It was the family's first year at our school. Sadly, it was their last. The dad was a big, burly fellow. Could have been a football player or a professional wrestler. I don't recall what he actually did for work, though. He had a big beard and his hands and neck were covered in tattoos. I'm pretty sure they were Nordic symbols, not the racist kind. Despite his gruff appearance, he spoke soft and with the same indistinguishable dialect as his wife. By all accounts, he seemed nice and his children were happy. I'd never met a child like Austin before. He was so intelligent, well-liked by his peers, and excelled in all of his studies. There was a predominant scar on his upper lip from a cleft palate when he was born. It's possible for a child to let a blemish like that impact their personality, but he had enough confidence to casually explain the condition that he had to any curious classmate that would ask about it. At that age, the kids didn't notice or care past a deflected question. Austin had an incredible sense of humor, too. His quick wit exceeded his youth. Some of his jokes would even go over my head, and the punchline would only dawn on me while driving home. I'd bust out laughing in traffic thinking about it. I knew that kid was going to be something special when he grew up. You could just tell he had it. The news of his death truly affected each student and staff member. All of us carried a sadness for the remainder of that year. And then I retired. Austin's story wasn't the reason I retired. That was planned earlier. It would have been hard having to go back again for another round. My early retirement was only possible through the hand of God and pure luck. Before he was my husband, we met and started dating in college. He was more of a party bro back then, and we were all sharing a can of Coke in the bathroom stall with one of his friends at a bar. And his friend had just finished a big drink off the hand railing when he turns around looking like he'd just eaten a jelly donut and says, "You guys ever heard of Bitcoin?" At that time, it was practically unheard of, and he told us to throw a couple of bucks into it, see what happens. So we did. Who'd have known that those few $100s that we threw would allow us to retire early and travel the world? Well, that guy apparently, and thanks to him, here we are. Nowadays, I'm a healthy 63, and my husband is 65. We've just come home from our trip to Tuscany, and I wish I could say that it was the dream I always wanted it to be. And I guess for the most part it was. But an unexpected encounter troubled me to the point that I was eager to board our plane back home. We spent a week in Tuscany, and our last 2 days were in Florence, and I was instantly swept up in the city's warm, golden light. We spent the morning wandering through the narrow cobblestone streets, stopping for a cappuccino at a little cafe near the Duomo. We sat outside at a small table for two and were making plans on where to go next. I happened to look up as a kid walked past our table, and with a passing glance, the child looked identical to that little boy Austin. Same scar above the lip, same eyes, same face shape. Granted, it's been over 12 years since I laid eyes on that kid. I still did a double take because the resemblance was so uncanny. When I turned around, there, standing a few feet away, I swear I saw the whole family. The boy that looked like Austin runs into the arms of the mom. Standing next to her is Austin's big tattooed father and his sister. Then I realized they're all looking back at me, like they recognize me too. It couldn't have been them, though. None of the family looked like they'd aged a bit. In my first time meeting this family, I remember the dad and I were close to the same age. The sister still looked like she was 12. And there Austin was. He was alive and looked exactly like he did all those years ago. If I'd had seen them individually, I may have been able to reason with myself that these random people looked similar to the family and nothing more. But when I saw them standing all together, it kind of knocked the wind out of me. They were smiling at me, and then, all at the same time, it's like they remembered where they knew me from and stopped smiling. The kids turned to the parents, and they all started darting their eyes in other directions, like I was a hallucination better ignored. It was a blatant act, intended to make me feel uncomfortable, and I ended up not going over there. When they did that, I looked away like maybe I was crazy, and when I glanced over again, they were jogging away. It was faster than a walk. I told my husband, but he rationally shut it down, with all the reasons I'd been telling myself since seeing them. But he didn't see Austin every day. He hadn't met the family. I know it was over a decade ago, but sitting at that cafe, I could no longer enjoy the atmosphere because I was fully convinced at what I'd seen. Later that night, we had dinner on the terrace overlooking the Arno River. When we got back to our hotel, we unlocked the door and found our room had been completely turned upside down. All of our clothes and belongings had been thrown on the ground, but no valuables were taken. We even had some cash lying on the counter that wasn't touched. We take the elevator down to the front desk, and they say nobody on their staff entered our room. While we're standing there, the guy at the front desk pulled up the 2 security cameras that were stationed in the hallway, on the floor, right outside our room. And you can see from the time it shows us leaving to the time we come back hours later, we were the only ones to go in or out. Not much more he could do to help us past apologizing for the inconvenience. Back in our hotel room, as we're picking up our stuff, we're packing it back into our suitcase because we'll be leaving the following day. My husband asks if I left the balcony door slit open before going to dinner. I hadn't. The curtain was closed, and we hadn't noticed until a draft blew them around. Our room was on the 5th floor. It was highly unlikely someone entered from that way, but still freaky that neither of us knew how it could have come about. Later into the night, the hotel room phone rings multiple times. Husband answers, but nobody's on the other line. After the 5th or 6th time of this going on, we call the front desk, but that line keeps ringing. Husband's got a bad back, so I get on my slippers and leave our room to take the elevator down to talk to the front desk guy again. I ring the bell and wait. He comes out of the bathroom tucking in his shirt, asking how he can help. I tell him someone keeps calling our room phone, and he looks a little confused, telling me those phones can only be accessed directly from an internal line, so another room's phone, or the lobby phones located next to the elevators. Those were the only ways we could be receiving calls, because he hadn't transferred anyone to our room. He thought another guest could have possibly been mixing up the digits when trying to call another room. He asked if we knew anyone else staying here. We didn't. With a shrug of his shoulders, the best solution he had was to unplug the phone from the wall. I thanked the man and walked back to the elevators. It's still waiting for me on the 1st floor. I go in and press the 5. The doors close, but as it starts to go up, another ding indicates the elevator will be making a stop on floor 2. The elevator slows down again, and when the doors slide open, Austin's dad stood on the other side, still wearing the same clothes I'd seen him in earlier. This time, he was by himself, and when he entered the narrow elevator, his large stature left me little room. My heart was thumping so fast, I could feel it pulsing in my ears. We stood shoulder to shoulder, and the elevator doors rolled closed to continue upward. We're both staring forward. Out of the corner of my eye, I can see his head turn down to look at me, and in the same soft voice I remembered, he asks, "Why are you here?" I don't look up when I answer that my husband and I are vacationing. He tells me to look at him, though. As I do, I watched his eyes change color right in front of me. The deep brown lightened until all I could see were these small black pupils in a sea of white. It frightened me beyond belief, but when I tried to look away, he grabbed my face and demanded I look at him. The next question he asked me, I took as a test, and my life was dependent on the correct answer, I felt. He asked me, "Have we met before?" I told him that I'd never seen him before in my life, and he seemed satisfied with my answer because he let go of me, and he turned so we were shoulder to shoulder again. When the elevator stopped on my floor, he moved slightly so I could easily exit. He stayed on the elevator when I got off. I thought he was going to follow me, but he let the doors close, and that was the last of it. I didn't sleep much that night. We caught our flight the next morning. I didn't see the family again, not at the airport or the lobby. It was like they'd vanished, thankfully. I've turned it over in my head hundreds of times, trying to make sense of what I saw, of what he asked me. Sometimes I wonder if I'd answered differently in that elevator, if I told him the truth. Would I have made it home at all? I unlocked my first repressed memory a few weeks ago. At 24, I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. When did your first repressed memory surface like a stinking, bloated carcass hooked on a fishing pole? I was absolutely distraught for about 3 minutes. That doesn't seem like a long time in the grand scheme of a day, but spending 3 minutes crying and yelling at a computer monitor, "No, you're not real," wears out your voice real quick. Let me explain, because I wasn't yelling at the computer monitor itself, but to say that I was yelling at a frozen image paused on a YouTube video I was watching doesn't make it sound any more understandable. I was in disbelief at what I was seeing. It was a blue shell to my easy riding night, It halted me right there in my chair. Like, years and years ago, my parents sent me to a psychologist after I told them about what I'd seen. But when I'd seen it most recently, I was watching a series on YouTube. It's a channel called Nuke's Top 5, and I'm sure you're familiar with it. The channel shows viewer-submitted paranormal videos. I was watching the most recent upload, and one of the videos was from a security camera in a clothing store. The views focused on a guy moving around some clothes on a rack. It looks like he's about to steal some stuff, and that's why they originally captured the footage. But the camera also caught something small peek out from behind his leg. It's probably a foot tall. The man didn't know it was there. It looked like a well-dressed troll. I knew exactly what it was when I saw it. Well, not what it was, but I knew exactly what it was doing, hiding behind the man's leg. Basically, it was, let's say, inspiring the man to shoplift, hijacking his free will. The reason I'm certain of this is because I'd seen a fancy-dressed troll of the same species. But the circumstances in which I saw him were apparently so traumatizing that I blocked it all out. Again, I remember going to a psychologist, therapist, and a school counselor regularly for about a year because of all of this. And before my personal memory got dug up, I did vaguely remember talking to doctors, but I could never really recall the reasons why I was there. That was until I saw the video, and it all came back to me. When I was 7, my mom had given me a few dollars so I could walk to the gas station and get myself a popsicle. A new shiny Arco station had been built less than a mile away, and it had an oddly abundant variety of frozen treats. The trip I'd been sent on was nothing out of the ordinary. I got to the gas station and grabbed a SpongeBob popsicle. Even a minuscule detail like that, I remembered because of what happened next. There was a line of people at the register, and after standing in front of the open freezer door, enjoying its cool breeze, I got in line behind a guy in a Hawaiian print shirt. The pastel colors made the sweat spot on his neck look like part of the design. It was him and one other person in front of him checking out, and I was getting nervous my popsicle was going to melt before I could enjoy it. Standing there in line, I decided to open the wrapper and started snacking on it while I still could. I had the money to pay for it, and I kept my spot in line, so I didn't think the clerk would care, and it would have been the least of his problems that day. Because as I'm standing in line, I pop one of the gumball eyes off and start chewing on it as the doors behind me slide open. Another customer had come in and began walking up and down the aisles. He was wearing an orange Denver Broncos hat, pulled low to hide his eyes. And at first, I thought he had a pet iguana or some kind of lizard pet crawling on him. But it was wearing clothes, like a blue coat, brown pants, people clothes. It looked like one of those little monkeys all dressed up, but when I really looked at what it was, I realized I'd never seen an animal quite like this one. It was more human than ape, but more troll than human. The man that it was crawling on was sweating and continuously looking over his shoulder back at the register. His body didn't move from the weight of the creature either. It spider crawled around his body, and the guy acted unaware. It would sit on his shoulder for a few seconds, then do a figure 8 around his body before returning to its gargoyle-looking pose on the man's shoulder. In front of me, the transaction completes, and the till on the cash register opens for the attendant to give the woman her change. Within an instant, the man wearing the Broncos hat has put himself in between the woman and the counter, and he's pointing a sawed-off shotgun right in the attendant's face. Hawaiian shirt guy was not going to be the hero. He shoves past me to run out the door, and I watched in a full, unobstructed view as the man with the shotgun pulls the trigger before the gas station attendant can raise his arms. It was a deafening explosion that made my ears ring, like a firework of yellow and red had gone off a few feet in front of me. Covered in the man's blood, the shooter leans over and clears out the register. stuffing a fistful of cash into his pockets with one hand and still holding the shotgun with the other. The woman he'd stepped in front of had collapsed to the ground. She was screaming, no words, just screaming, as she tried to wipe the blood off of her skin. I, too, had been dusted by a light mist of the attendant's blood and brain matter. The SpongeBob popsicle in my hand also gets showered in the dark liquid. The attendant's shirt had gotten snagged on the cigarette rack, so instead of falling to the floor behind the counter, his body's held up like a scarecrow, and I'm able to see what a sawed-off can do at point-blank range. The troll sitting on the man's shoulder laughed with morbidly human emotion. Not only was it enjoying the heinous situation playing out, I think it could have been orchestrating it as well. When the register was empty, the man runs past me. His eyes stayed fixed on the exit, and he doesn't look my way. But the troll on his shoulder did. Small, yellow, and black eyes. I can recall that in the fraction of time of our eyes meeting, it felt like time slowed down. As the man barrels out of the gas station, it was as if he was walking, and I could frame the moment the troll glanced back at me. His eyebrows raised and his laugh stopped. Then they were gone. The lady was still screaming. She was probably already on her cell phone talking to the police after that. I think I set the popsicle on the counter and went home. I'm sure the cars that drove past must have thought that I looked absolutely insane on the walk. Nobody stopped, though, because I do remember getting to our front porch, and I was by myself when my mom saw me outside, all covered in goop. For months, the man with the Broncos hat chased me in my dreams. Sometimes he'd be joined by the headless attendant. What I witnessed impacted me far beyond my consciousness. My sleeping habits were all out of sorts. If I wasn't feeling natural insomnia, the images of gore that flashed through my mind would keep me awake. I was obsessed with the troll. I told everyone I could. I didn't know what I saw wasn't normal, and eventually the team of doctors I was meeting with convinced me that my brain had created this creature. Also, I could better process the shock of the tragic violence that had taken place in front of me. And I guess all the medications they put me on helped me to block it out. 17 years later, I watch a YouTube video, and the mental dam those doctors work so hard to build falls to pieces. Again, I called my mom after seeing the video. I'm 24 and was in full hysterics when she answered. I heard her say to my dad, "She's talking about the troll again." And my dad whispered something like, "Oh no." Before they offered to come over to my apartment until I settled down, I showed them the video clip, and neither of them gave it any credit. They gave it every excuse in the book as to what it was, reinforcing there's no such thing. I'm sure that's what they were trained to do, and wouldn't give me a straight opinion either way. If something like this sounds familiar in any way, please contact me. This is not a creepypasta or whatever, and I would love to know if others have seen this. This happened to me last winter. It's not dramatic and there's no huge final reveal, but it's the one thing that's ever made me question whether something else might be sharing my house. I live alone, except for my niece who visits every other weekend. She's 6, obsessed with unicorns and dinosaurs, and has a designated toy bin in my living room filled with everything from plushies to plastic horses. One of her favorite toys is this little wind-up dog that pops up and barks when you twist it with a key. It's an old-school kind, pretty annoying, but she loves it. I always put it back in the bin after she leaves, same place every time. But a few days after her last visit, I noticed a toy sitting in the middle of the living room floor. I didn't think much of it, figured I'd forgotten to clean it up, or maybe my foot nudged the bin. So I tossed it back in. The next morning, it was back, same spot, facing the couch. I live alone. No pets. No one else has a key. That thing shouldn't be moving on its own. I checked the cameras, just a cheap indoor security cam I have in the corner. It didn't catch anything. The toy just wasn't in the bin anymore. It didn't show up in the footage at all. What had happened to it? One frame it's in, the next it's out. This went on for a week. Every night I'd toss it back in the bin. Every morning it'd be sitting in the exact same spot on the floor. Not even randomly placed. Aligned. Like someone had positioned it deliberately. One night I stayed up. Left all of the lights off. Pretended to go to bed and sat in the kitchen with a clear view of the toy. Nothing happened for hours. Then I heard the click of a wind-up key turning. Slow, mechanical, just once. I didn't move, hardly breathed, just waited. Then it barked. Just one sharp yip. The sound echoed through the house like a slap. I turned on every light and checked the toy. It hadn't moved, still sitting there. Key fully unwound. I got rid of it the next day. Tossed it in the outside trash bin. That weekend, my niece came over and immediately asked, "Where's the barking dog?" I told her it broke. She looked confused and said, "Oh, I thought maybe he left since he didn't like you watching him." I asked what she meant. She shrugged. "He only plays when you're not looking." When I was in 3rd grade, me and my best friend Ricky were out at recess. The perimeter of our playground was surrounded by a chain-link fence. It was as tall as us, but in reality it only went up to the hips of the adults. On the other side of that was a marsh that swampy water pushed right up against the fence. The recess teachers shared a comically large pair of boots that they'd put on to retrieve the frisbees and sports balls that got thrown over. Anything smaller than a baseball or heavier than a tennis ball was considered lost because it was instantly swallowed by the muddy grassland. And the mosquitoes became unbearable the closer it got to summer. I knew my best friend since kindergarten. He was always chill, never got into fights with kids, and he listened in class. Impossible to distract. In retrospect, he most likely was a poster child for the positive effects of Adderall. Whatever it was, I'd never seen Ricky trip out, until the day that Ricky tripped out. He'd brought a toy from home, which was against the rules, but Ricky was too cool to care about the superficial ones. It was his toy, and he accepted the responsibility if anything happened to it. What he brought was a Japanese superhero. It looked like Ultraman, but an insect version of that guy. It had wings and a string that if you pulled it, it would spin the torso so the wings would catch air. It would hover like a helicopter. Ricky's very first demonstration of how it works, a swift rip of the cord leaves the string on Ricky's fingers and lifts the bug hero higher and higher into the sky. Then it began drifting further and further away from us. Anybody could predict exactly where it would go next. Well, anybody except 2 excited 3rd graders, mesmerized at the shiny colors on the propeller wings. Both of us watch as it gently glides over the chain-link fence and into the tall grass. It didn't look like it went too far out there, a few meters from the playground. When it went over, I stayed where I was, and Ricky ran off toward the fence. We knew the teachers out there weren't going to help us. But I wouldn't have guessed that Ricky would have been ballsy enough to hop the fence. After making sure that none of the teachers were paying attention, he climbed over. I was looking around, and so impressed that he got away with it. The kids and the adults alike were none the wiser. Ricky's cool points skyrocketed from that maneuver, and I asked myself, is this what being gay is? It wasn't, but it was the most badass thing I'd ever seen a kid do, and because he was my best friend, it made me the second coolest kid around. My weird fanboy moment was short-lived, however, lasting a couple seconds at most. After Ricky went into the tall grass out of view, The whole playground was alerted by his wailing, top of his lungs shrieks. All of the kids run to the fence, myself included. The recess teachers were close behind asking what's going on back there. Cool kids don't snitch, so I didn't. The sounds that were coming from the tall grass sounded like animals fighting, and a second growling voice started to match the first shrieks. The adults even suggested that that's what it was when they started moving us off the fence. Just animals. I was the only one that knew one of the voices was actually Ricky's, until he made one gargling last shout that clearly said, "Help." Hearing that it was a child on the other side, one of the younger teachers runs and hurdles the fence toward the noise. Then she starts screaming for one of the other teachers to call an ambulance. When she emerges from the grass, her clothes are covered in the sticky muck, and Ricky's in her arms, his body's hanging limp. She hands him to the teacher that didn't run for the phones, and they start performing CPR on him. When the first teacher gets back over the fence, she tells all of the kids to go to their classrooms, and I'm forced to join the group of classmates as they herd us like cattle back into the building. Our class watched the ambulance and police cars pull into the school parking lot. Our classroom didn't face the playground, so I wasn't able to find out what was going on with Ricky until the weekend. My mom drove me over to drop off the worksheets from the remaining days he missed that week. He was in his room, and it was the first time I'd seen him since he was dead on the playground. Ricky always had relatively long surfer hair, but when I showed up, he'd shaved it all off. He also had stitches in a moon shape on the top of his head. When I asked what happened, he made me promise not to tell anyone, and I did. But when he told me, it really freaked me out, and I believed him because he was my best friend and wouldn't make something like this up. The future crescent scar on his head would also add to the validity of his story. So what Ricky told me was that after he got over the fence, he stepped into the tall grass, and his shoes quickly sank into the mud as he tried to keep them from falling off of his feet. I think Ricky might be the first kid to ever see what was on the other side of that fence. He says that on the other side of the grass is an open wetland with a highway barely visible in the distance. He could see his toy stuck in the mud, but it was still pretty far away from him. So he slowly starts drudging through the mud towards it. But from behind another tall patch of grass that was even closer to the stuck toy, Ricky sees an old lady step out of the clearing. I asked what she was doing out there, but he said he didn't know. He was happy to see her, though. He asked her to throw him the spinner while thanking her a bunch as she made her way over to the toy. When she picked it up out of the mud, she held it out to Ricky, and again, he asks her to throw it. But she doesn't. She keeps it held in front of her, just staring back at him. Ricky was too polite to ask again, and instead began struggling in the mud to get over to her. She was maybe 3 or 4 meters away. He described her as a small, elderly woman, a long blue dress that hung off her bony, hunched back, and she had her hair tucked under a bandana. Ricky says that he had to use his arms to pull his legs out each time that he stepped. But after his first couple of steps forward, the marsh got deeper, and Ricky's legs sunk to the middle of his shins, making any progress nearly impossible. As he's trying to jiggle his legs free, he looks up at the old woman and sees her running at him in a full sprint, like the mud was less of an obstacle than her age. Telling me this part, Ricky starts pumping his arms as he described how fast she was coming at him, saying that she closed those meters in less than a couple of seconds. Ricky only had time to scream before the old woman was attacking him with incredible strength, trying to drown him in the mud. She yanked him around with so much force that she was actually pulling out chunks of his hair and scalp. The last breath that he had was used to scream. Then he says the woman was able to fully submerge his head. I asked why he didn't want to tell anyone, and he says he already tried, and it was just easier to say that he fell and continued sinking like quicksand. and parts of his hair also got stuck and were torn out on their own in the 20 centimeters of mud. That bland excuse seemed highly unlikely, but the true story sounded even more unlikely in comparison. Ricky always kept his hair short after that, partially because parts of his hair never regrew in a few baseball-size areas, and he had a bald pride phase in high school, where he thought he was the lead singer of Disturbed. But that's about it, though. We're all adults now. It's been a few decades since the incident, but I like to remind him of the secret he confided in me all of those years ago, and every so often I'll send him a text that says, "Remember when that old lady beat your ass to death?" To show solidarity that I always believed he was telling the truth. Friendship is nice. Pick up your phone and text your best friend something offensive to show them you love them. The end. There's a story my grandma used to tell me about the time she met the devil herself. It's the main reason I've never used a Ouija board, and I always tell others, don't touch those things. I'd like to share it. It's not a story for the faint of heart, nor is it a story that I should have been told as a little girl. There's a chance that she could have made the whole thing up just to scare me, but that's not like her. Not my gran. I guess I can't be sure, but she stayed faithful to it like the gospel till the day she died. This was also her only story of this variety. My grandma had plenty that she'd repeat during the years she babysat me. Little fables, lessons disguised as childhood adventures, stories of the Dust Bowl or the polio scare. But this one, she only ever told it twice, and then she'd get quiet, like she was ashamed of it or scared of saying too much. It goes like this. My grandma's name was Dorothy, but since she was a child, everyone's called her Dot. She grew up in Florence, Arizona. Small town, hard dust, harder people. When she was 13, she and her older cousin Louise got it in their heads that they should try to summon a spirit. It wasn't uncommon at the time. This was the 1940s, and the occult had become a strange little trend among teenagers. Seances were fashionable. Ouija boards were sold in toy stores. There was a sort of hush-hush excitement about calling on the other side, like telling ghost stories in a thunderstorm. But Dot never liked the idea. Louise was the instigator. She found the board in her father's attic after he passed. One of those older wooden ones. It had the ordnance lettering, heavy planchette. The plan was to use it in a small root cellar behind their aunt's house. Dot told me the second that they climbed down into the little space, she felt bad. The air was hot and stale, but her skin was covered in goosebumps. She said the second Louise placed the board down and lit a candle, it felt like something in the ground turned over. Like a breath, but under her feet. They asked stupid questions at first. What's your name? Did you die here? Can you make a sound? Dot said the planchette never moved. Until finally, something small. You could almost chalk it up to a twitch or shared nerves. But then it started spelling. Slowly. Painfully slow. The board spelled out one word. Sinner. They laughed. Nervous laughter, though. They thought maybe someone was playing a trick on them. But how could that be? Well, Dot was convinced that Louise was doing it, even though she swore she wasn't. And then the candle went out. It didn't flicker or sputter. It was like someone pinched the flame with fingers. Now the cellar was darker than dark. Then there was a smell. My grandma told me it was like sulfur and rot, and something sweet underneath it, like fruit gone bad, like something trying to hide its real odor, which was putrid. They tried to leave, but it was dark, and something held them still. Dot never explained how, just that she couldn't move. Her arms wouldn't lift. Her voice wouldn't work. She felt stuck inside her own body. She'd learn after that Louise was frozen too, right across from her, with her mouth slightly open, eyes wide, just like Dot. The planchette began to move again, on its own. They weren't touching it, but they could hear it. And that's when she heard footsteps, not in the dirt above, not in the house, in the cellar, with them, just behind her and off to the side, stepping slow, like whatever it was had all the time in the world. Dot crawled around, anxious to get to the door, to let in some light. And somehow, she made it. She could move, and she was there, and she opened the door. Light from the outside came pouring in, and she turned around. She could see Louise was still frozen, and the thing, she wouldn't call it a man, but this thing spoke in a voice that was clear and deep and slow, like syrup dripping off a knife's edge. "You were told not to call me," it said. Louise let out a shriek, and together they got their legs to work. They bolted up the stairs so fast that they scraped the skin off their knees. They didn't even shut the door behind them. Dot said that she didn't sleep that night. Not after her aunt slapped her and Louise for getting into something they shouldn't have. That wasn't all that haunted her. It was what came after. The next Sunday, she went to church with her mother like always. Same pew, same preacher. When the preacher walked in that morning, Dot swore her blood went cold. He looked the same to everyone else, but not to her. She said he had the same voice, that slow, syrupy tone. He even looked at her once during the sermon and smiled. She said it was the same smile you'd give someone when you knew a secret that would break them. She never went back to church after that. Her mother was furious, but she wouldn't budge. And Louise wouldn't talk about what happened at all. She pretended like none of it was real. My grandma told me she never saw anything quite like that again, but she still smells it sometimes. That burnt, sugary stench. She'd smell it in her room on nights when the wind was still, in the hallway if she prayed too long. She always told me, "Don't ever try to open that door. Even if you think it's just a game, it's not." I asked her just once before she passed if she really believed it was the devil. She looked at me stone sober, clear-eyed, and said, "I don't believe it. I know it." If you're here, I'm sure I don't have to argue about the existence of the spirit world. I saw it with my own eyes firsthand, and I know there's a police report stuffed away somewhere in a North Texas filing cabinet with my name on it. I was a teenager when this happened. I was standing at the crosswalk, waiting on the corner of an intersection. The sun was right overhead, and I was only a few blocks away from shade and my destination. I was wearing headphones, listening to music on my iPod, but because it was so hot outside, it felt like the light was taking forever to change over. An old woman walked right beside me, and I'll never forget the look she had on her face. It was a dead-eyed smile. I looked over at her right as she panned her head over to look at me. She was a lot shorter than me, and the grin stayed perfectly unmoved when she turned towards me. I smiled back and turned my attention back to the passing traffic. I didn't like looking into her eyes, and her being next to me made me feel antsy. I could see that she's still looking over at me. Not wanting to be rude, I took off my headphones and said hi. The smile on her face grew. Her teeth were brown and black as if she'd never heard of a toothbrush, and when she started talking to me, I was caught off guard because she spoke with a thick accent, like she'd come straight from 1700s London. You don't often hear someone talking with an accent like that around this area. She said, "Oi, you're in for a treat, girlie." I said, "No thank you," because I thought she was offering me something. But she tells me, "The treat's not for you, dear. But if you stick around, you can see the show." The things she was saying made no sense, and I was about to politely put my headphones back on, but she gently grabbed my forearm and physically held my arm down and told me I'm going to want to keep those off to really appreciate the show. Her behavior gave me the impression that she was senile. When she grabbed me, it wasn't hard, but her touch sent shockwaves through my body, like her fingers were electrical conductors, snapping me into focusing solely on her. The old woman says, "Take exactly 4 steps backwards, heel to toe." I ask why, and she says, "It's for your own good. I'd do it fast though, Lily." No joke, this little old woman knew my name, and when she said it, alarm bells went off in my head, like I knew I needed to listen to what she was saying and follow it to a T. Somehow I knew my life depended on those next 4 steps, and I'd soon find out how right I was. So I started walking backwards, making sure to measure my steps heel to toe. Still, not knowing why she wanted me to do it, I count 4 paces, asked if I was in the right spot. She curled the tip of her pointer finger to touch the tip of her thumb, like bingo. Then she turned back to face the traffic. She stood at the edge of the curb, close enough for the cars to blow her hair around when they zoomed by. For a moment, I said nothing, because it was the first time I'd really gotten a look at what the lady was wearing, and boy howdy, she had on the flashiest boots I'd ever seen. Red and white cowboy boots. The lining sparkled like there were diamonds in the stitches. White pants and white blazer jacket on top, like a cowboy version of Saturday Night Fever. It was the kind of tacky that you only see with super old wealthy people. It wasn't about having any fashion sense. It was a statement without words. I knew every item that she had was probably worth more than what I'd made in a year. The awestruck only wearing off when I saw the tips of those shiny boots move more off the curb. So seeing this, I think to myself, do I grab her? But in a split second of the thought popping into my head, the old woman spoke to me, in my head. Like even though she was still on the edge of traffic, back turned toward me on a busy intersection, I heard her voice crystal clear, like she was standing next to me again. It said not to move a single inch. So I didn't. I thought to myself, what just... But she had the answer ready for me. Before I knew what to ask, I understood that I wasn't supposed to understand what was going on. I was in the wrong place at the right time, and this entity dressed as an old woman, she was kind enough to give me a peek around the curtain, and it changed my perspective on how the world works. The way she said this next thing, it sounded so poetic. I remembered it later and wrote it down so I'd never forget. She said, "The beast and the beauty are one and the same. Miracles grow from terrible things." The old woman turned around for the final time to face me. The pale blue eyes that were sunk beneath her wrinkles were now glowing black. It looked like her bone structure had physically changed. The elderly woman's gentle face had transformed to a younger-looking one, with sharp, rigid, triangular features. Her chin thinned down to a point, and the age lines all disappeared on her face. She was hauntingly beautiful, ghastly, alluring, like a Disney villain. I knew that she could hear me thinking that too, because a smile stretched across her face. Then I watched her red and white boots step backwards off the curb and the woman vanish into the air. like the curb was a doorway to a place I couldn't see. But as she did this, I hear the sound of tires screeching. I look over to my left just in time to see a green Toyota Camry rear-end the car in front of it. The Camry hit it so hard, it ricocheted onto the sidewalk, balancing on two wheels. It blew past me, close enough to smell the burning rubber of the tires. It rolled and hit another row of cars waiting at the red light. It was a huge accident that happened in a matter of seconds. I'm a registered nurse now, but then I guess I was just going off instinct. I immediately started running to the affected cars to check on everyone's condition. If I hadn't have stuck around, I wouldn't have been able to fully recognize the significance of it all. Each moment was a square in a Rubik's Cube, and all the colors would line up a day later, in an undeniable pattern of sequences that changed my internal belief the more I got lost staring into the motif of it all. Because I think I was the only one who saw the woman that day. It wasn't her stepping off the curb that led to the accident, though I do believe she was somehow the start of the chain reaction of events that followed. To the best of my knowledge and understanding, this is what happened. The woman stepped off the curb and disappears at the same time a car is slowing down to take a right turn. He was the last person I checked on because his car received the least amount of damage. He said he'd forgotten something and was turning around to go home. He thought that he was responsible because he slammed on his brakes so he could make the turn. I don't think it would have mattered, though, because the man in the Toyota was having a heart attack. He was a young man, healthy, probably mid-40s, out of the blue. He has a full-on cardiac arrest situation and loses control of his car. He then clips the car in front of him and almost killed me when it went onto the sidewalk. The Camry rolls and stopped after T-boning a van on the other side of the road, and the man having a heart attack died upside down, still seatbelted into his seat. The side of the van was crushed, sandwiched between the Camry and a car in the lane over. When police arrived on the scene, they directed the driver of the van to get out, telling him to crawl out through the back of the van. Their orders seemed to aggravate the man, and he became confrontational to the cops. It's normal to be confused and shaken up after being involved in an accident like that. English also wasn't his first language, but the way he was acting was as if he had no concern with the wreckage. He was only upset by the two officers yelling at him. One of the cops continues to shout directions at him to exit the vehicle, as the other walks to the rear end of the van to try to pry the back doors open. The driver became irate when he saw the cop walk toward the back of the van. When the police and ambulances arrived, I made my way back to the sidewalk, and I'm able to see the side of the van. I see the cop walk around the back and use a tool to prop the door open. When the doors open, the tool the cop was using is dropped on the ground, and he barks something to his partner that makes both officers point their guns at the driver of the van. Both cops are yelling at the man, using their radios to get more cops on the scene. Soon, all 4 roads at this intersection are blocked. There's police activity everywhere, and I come to find out that this car accident had somehow turned into a hostage negotiation. I think that lasted for a few more hours after I left. Later, I'd see it on the news that police had apprehended a human trafficking suspect that was transporting victims in the back of that van. Worst part is I'm pretty sure they weren't adults. For many reasons, I won't forget that day. I was able to witness something bigger than myself. I was able to see that there's a bigger plot we all play a role in. It's like what Shakespeare's "All the world's a stage" quote says. There's a bigger story that we're all a part of, and the show must go on. All we can hope is that the characters we play aren't cast as supporting roles. I've tried to keep this close to me ever since then. Be the best character I can be, spread the most happiness I can so that I don't get cut from the final act. Sounds a little paranoid, yes, and there's probably a lot more meaning and symbolism behind it all. But there's no bad reason to start living better. That's why I'm here, though. Put yourself in my shoes and try to find the meaning behind that day. You rearrange the Rubik's Cube of events and tell me if you found a different way to think about it. I've done my fair share of road trips, some with friends, some alone. There's something about open highways at night that makes the world feel bigger and stranger than it does in the daylight. But only once did I drive down a road that I can't find again, no matter how hard I try. This was about 10 years ago. My best friend and I had taken a weekend trip. Basically, we didn't plan much, just threw a bag in the trunk and headed out. We were in a rural part of the state, mostly farmland and woods. Road stretches for miles and miles without a single streetlight. It was late when we realized that we'd taken a wrong turn. The GPS showed us a blue dot floating in the middle of nowhere. No marked roads in sight. My friend joked that it felt like we'd driven right off the map, but I was more annoyed than amused. I slowed the car, scanning for signs, and then I saw a narrow road branching off to the right. It looked old, crumbling asphalt with weeds pushing through the cracks, lined with sagging power lines. But it was a road, and at that point, we just wanted to get back to something familiar. So I turned. The further we drove, the more odd we started feeling. There were houses along the way, small farmhouses, one-story places with peeling paint and porches that leaned just enough to look tired. Every single one had lights on, warm yellow glows spilling out through old curtains, like families were inside. But we didn't see anyone, not a single person on the porch, not a single car in the driveway. Just house after house lit up in the dark, silent as we passed. Neither of us really spoke for a while. It sort of felt wrong, breaking the silence, like we were waiting or listening to something. My friend finally muttered, "Where is everybody?" I didn't have an answer. After maybe 15 minutes, we decided to turn around. The road was getting rougher, more broken. I wasn't about to risk a flat tire out there. I found a wide enough stretch to turn, swung the car around, and started back the way we came. Then for a moment, I thought I was losing my mind. The houses were gone. The power lines were still there, leaning in the same tired way. But the houses, the porches, the glowing lights, they were gone. In their place were fields, flat and empty under the moonlight. I drove a little faster. Neither of us said anything. Eventually, the crumbling road fed us back onto the main highway, like nothing had happened. When we finally pulled into a gas station, a half hour later, we sat in more silence for a long time, just listening to the sound of the engine cooling. Finally, my friend asked, "That happened, right?" We agreed to drop a pin the next time, in case we ever wanted to prove to ourselves that we hadn't imagined it, and we did. I pulled up the GPS map, and I went to just before the road fed us back onto the highway. I marked it with a pin. The next morning in daylight, we drove back. The GPS took us to the pin, down the same stretch of highway. Only this time, when we looked for the turnoff, there was nothing there. No crumbling asphalt, no leaning poles. There was no sign of a road at all. No matter how many times we drove past it, there was nothing there. We pulled over, walked a little ways into the woods, and we found no trace of pavement or a hint that there had ever been anything but forest. I double-checked my phone. The pin was still there, floating in the middle of green nothingness in which we were standing. We never found that road again. I've told the story a dozen times over the years, and I always get the same reaction. People often nod politely, saying it sounds like a dream, or that we must have just gotten turned around. But we know what we saw. For a moment, the road was real. The houses were real. I can still picture the glow of the windows, the way the light spilled onto the porches. I can still feel the silence that pressed on us as we drove through. It was heavy and unnatural, but it was there. I don't know what we stumbled on that night. A ghost town, a slip in time. As strange as the story is, it really doesn't scare me, I guess. Because if I ever see a narrow turn off or a side road, I have to take it. I usually do. But I've never come across anything as strange as I did on that trip. When my mom was a little kid, her dad was killed in a road accident. The grief nearly broke my Nan. She couldn't accept that he was gone, not entirely. And in her desperation, she started trying to contact him. It started small, leaving out little notes, whispering to the empty spaces of the house. But then my great aunt got involved. She was deep into the kinds of things that most people avoid: spiritualism, old rituals, things she claimed could pierce the veil between worlds. She convinced my Nan that there was a way to reach my grandfather. All they needed was a board. They did it at night after the kids had gone to bed. The planchette moved with a mind of its own, spelling things my Nan swore only her husband would know. At first, she believed. At first, it was comforting. But then the messages changed. The tone turned cruel. The thing on the board knew too much. Things it shouldn't have known. And then, the worst part, it never left. Whatever they let out that night clung to my mom's older sister. She was 6 at the time. My mom was only 4. My mom refuses to talk about the worst of it, but the stories have never stopped. The scratches came first, deep, angry welts appearing overnight, sometimes fresh and bleeding in the morning. Then, objects moved, small things at first. A toy rolling across the floor, a spoon falling from the counter. But soon it escalated. Books were thrown across the room, plates shattered mid-air. The worst nights, the girls would wake up screaming, their hair being yanked by invisible hands. Doors locked on their own, not just bedroom doors, but the front door, the bathroom, even cabinets and drawers, trapping them, taunting them. My Nan would have to fight with the locks, sometimes taking them clean off with a hammer, just to free her children. And then there was the fire. My mom swears she woke up to smoke filling her room one night. The source, her own bedside table. The wood itself had started to smolder, blackening and cracking as if someone had held a flame to it. No candles, no matches, nothing around it that could have caused it. Whatever it was never left my aunt. Even after she grew up and moved to another country, it followed. Her husband, her children. They all experienced the same things that she did as a child. Doors that lock on their own, objects moving, scratches. Cold spots that are so intense, they leave breath hanging in the air. The last time that she visited here, I made the mistake of staying overnight at my Nan's house while she was there. I barely slept. The entire night, I felt watched. My phone screen kept lighting up by itself, as if someone was touching it. And then, around 3 a.m., I heard something, a soft, scraping sound, like nails dragging along the wall just beside my bed. I packed my bags and left before dawn. Now, when I visit my aunt's country, I stay in a hotel. No exceptions. People think these things aren't real, that Ouija boards are just games. But I'm telling you, once you open that door, you don't always get to close it. My aunt never even touched the board herself, and yet it latched onto her. It has haunted her for decades. It's haunted us all. Blessings, prayers, exorcisms, none of it has ever worked. So if you ever find yourself sitting in front of a board, staring at that little wooden planchette, ask yourself this: what if something answers? And worse, what if it never leaves? Have you ever felt the presence of evil? Not just the unsettling feeling of being watched, but something deeper, ancient, patient, and malicious. I have, and I'll never forget. It started out as a dare, an old abandoned farmhouse on the outskirts of town, swallowed by time and neglect. People often whispering about it, stories of disappearances, strange lights at night, and voices that carried through the wind. I didn't believe any of that, for the record, but the moment I laid eyes on the place, I knew something was wrong. The house loomed in the dying light, its paint long stripped away, leaving behind weathered wood like brittle bones. The windows, open, dark, and empty, as if the house itself was actually watching. The air felt heavier the closer we got to the house. It smelled like dust and damp rot, but beneath that, something else, something sour and metallic, like old blood. Getting inside wasn't easy. The front door was swollen with age and the hinges were rusted, and it took all three of us pushing to make it open. The moment we were inside, the temperature dropped. Not a little, a sudden, breath-stealing cold that settled into me. My skin prickled, and a weight pressed against my chest, like something I couldn't see was leaning in. Inside, it was like time had stopped. The furniture was still in place, dust-covered but untouched. A table set for dinner, plates and silverware laid out as if expecting guests that never came. A single chair knocked over. Near the door, a pair of black boots sat neatly beside a dusty old jacket. It was draped over the banister. The air reeked of age and that's something else, that something wrong. On the floor, brittle newspaper clippings were scattered, dating back to the 1930s and 40s. Some were yellowed, others looked almost fresh, too clean to have been sitting there for decades. My stomach was in knots. The headlines were bizarre. Local farmer vanishes without a trace. Wife claims the house took him. Another read, strange lights reported over old farmstead. No signs of entry, no signs of exit. The farther I read, the worse it got. Reports of disappearances, sudden madness, even stories of people turning up miles away with no memory of how they got there. The longer we stayed there, the more unbearable the feeling became. My gut was screaming for me to leave. Every instinct I had was literally clawing at me. All of this telling me that we weren't alone. My friends whispered to each other, their voices tight. It was like they felt it too, but didn't want to admit it. Then, a noise. It was a soft creak from upstairs. We all froze. The house was empty. It was supposed to be empty. But that sound, it was deliberate. A floorboard bending under weight, slow, purposeful. I turned to the others. We need to go. No one argued. We backed toward the front door, our movements careful and controlled. It was like we were prey trying not to startle a predator. I could feel something watching us just beyond sight. The moment my foot crossed to the outside, I felt the shift. The door slammed behind us. It was with a force that rattled the windows. We stood there, stunned, staring at the now closed door. The house loomed in silence, as if daring us to try again. But we didn't. We ran. I don't know what we disturbed that night, but I do know one thing. Evil is real. It's not always a person, not always something you can explain. Sometimes it's a place, and once you've felt it, you'll never forget. So I ask again, have you ever felt the presence of evil? So I've never seen a ghost, but I had an experience with a Ouija board as a teenager that still haunts me. Even now, as a skeptical atheist, I have no idea how to explain what happened that night. I was 15, having a sleepover with friends like typical teenagers. We wanted to scare ourselves, so we pulled out a Ouija board. At first, nothing exciting happened. Just random movements. We all assumed that we were shaking or just doing it by accident. But then something changed. The planchette became more deliberate. We had asked for a name, and it spelled out Ian. And then it started saying something about my mom, but none of us understood what it meant. We were dumbass kids looking for a thrill, so we pushed further. We asked Ian to prove himself. Can you move something? Can you touch one of us? Can you lift one of us up? And then I felt something, an icy chill starting at my feet, slowly crawling up my body. It wasn't just cold, it was something else, something that settled deep in my bones. I sat cross-legged, barely breathing, and too afraid to move. 2 of my friends were in front of me at the Ouija board. My third friend was across the room on the bed, rolling her eyes at us. She could see all of us from where she sat. My back was against the wall with no one behind me. And then without warning, I felt a hand press firmly against my back and shove me forward. I screamed. My friend on the bed screamed louder. She'd just watched my shirt yank violently upward, like something had grabbed the fabric and pulled. I shot to my feet. My whole body was literally shaking. Okay, thank you, Ian. We're done. I stammered. I pushed the planchette to goodbye, and I refused to touch the board again after that. That night, as I laid in bed, I felt that same ice-cold sensation wash over me. I pulled the blankets up to my chin, grateful that I could move, but I could see the covers rising, slowly, as if something underneath them was lifting them up. I squeezed my eyes shut, told myself that I was imagining things, but the chill stayed, the unnatural kind of cold that I couldn't shake. Finally, I had enough. I got up, sat in front of the Ouija board, alone this time, not touching it, and whispering, "Please stop." The cold faded, but I didn't sleep that night. The next morning, I still felt off. My back burned where I'd felt the hand. When I looked in the mirror, my stomach dropped. There were 3 distinct red marks across my skin, like fingerprints, and they stayed there for days. I asked my mom to pick me up first thing in the morning. On the way home, I couldn't stop thinking about what had happened, so I blurted out, "Have you ever had anything paranormal happen to you?" She didn't even hesitate. "Well," she said, "there was Ian." I froze. She told me about her high school boyfriend, Ian, who had died in a car accident. After his death, people kept seeing her at his grave, even when she was nowhere near it. Her mom and sister once walked right up to a girl that they swore was her, but the second they got close, she disappeared. I have no way to explain what happened that night. I don't know what was reaching out to me or why, but I do know one thing. Stay the hell away from Ouija boards. The mid-90s, I was driving cross-country, and I stopped at a roadside motel just outside of Reno. I remember the sign was missing half its letters, but they had vacancy, so the carpet inside was worn thin in the middle. The walls had that stale scent of cigarettes. The whole room did. I remember the clerk didn't give me much trouble, just handed me a key without a word. Basically, this wasn't a family place, but it was a place, and I needed to sleep. The room itself was spare. A sagging bed with a floral bedspread, a television bolted to the dresser, and an air conditioner that rattled with every cycle, but was absolutely necessary. What stood out most was the mirror, a wall-length panel stretching across one side of the room to the other, reflecting the whole room in perfect view. It was an interesting design choice. Somehow it made the room feel smaller, like I was sharing the space with myself. I unpacked, showered, and sat on the edge of the bed, flipping through channels. When I leaned forward to set the remote down, I caught the reflection in the glass. It leaned forward too, but a beat slower. My reflection. I stared at it, waiting. Nothing else happened. The reflection just stared back as it should. I told myself that I was way tired. Maybe I'd moved quicker than I realized, lightheaded. But the longer I stayed in that room, the more I noticed the odd mirror. Every time I glanced at it, there was something small, too small to explain to anyone else. A blink that came a fraction too late. A hand that didn't return to its lap at the same time that mine did. The differences grew bolder. I found it hard to get to sleep despite how tired I was. I stood to grab my bag and put it somewhere else. In the mirror, my reflection was already on its feet, waiting. I tilted my head to one side, and it held still for a moment too long. It wasn't lagging. It was choosing. I tried to shake it off, but the unease kept building. I avoided looking at the mirror, but that was almost impossible. I could still see it out of my periffs without even trying. I would try to focus on the TV, on the walls, on the worn Bible in the drawer. Still, out of the corner of my eye, I could see movement. I could see a shadow building, somewhere off to the right, despite the fact that I was laying down. As counterintuitive as it sounds, I turned the TV off, killed the lights. I didn't want to be able to see anything. I got back into bed, and I didn't sleep much. I was listening to every tick of the air conditioner, every passing car. Something was there with me, but at least I couldn't see it. When the morning came, the mirror showed only what it should have. Me, tired and pale, gathering my things. No hesitation, just a reflection again. I checked out and slid the key across the counter. I don't have an explanation. Maybe it was exhaustion, my brain playing some tricks on me after too many hours on the road. I tell myself that sometimes. Makes it easier. But I can still see that weird reflection. The version of me in the mirror. The one that wasn't really me. I haven't stayed in a motel like that since. When I do stay somewhere, anywhere with a mirror, really, I can't get it out of my mind. I guess I don't want it to happen again. Once was enough. This is a story about my brother, Daniel, and how he was possessed. My brother had always been a little different after his accident. Quieter, maybe more serious, but everyone said that that was just the trauma talking. He'd been thrown from his motorcycle, knocked unconscious, and woke up in the hospital with a broken leg, 3 missing teeth, and a scar that cut a perfect arc from his ear to his jaw. He'd suffered a concussion, obviously. He said that he didn't remember the crash, That was probably for the best. The first time I noticed something was off, it was his voice. It was about a week after he came home. We were sitting in the living room, half watching TV. He leaned over, not looking at me, and said, "Do you remember the old willow, back by the river?" It wasn't the words. It was the way he said it. His voice had always had this easy, almost lazy tone, like he was half smiling when he spoke. But this, it was deeper, with a weird rhythm, almost like each word had been placed in his mouth before he spoke it. And well, we never had a willow tree by the river. I laughed it off and said, "No." He just nodded, eyes still on the TV, like he hadn't expected me to answer anyway. Over the next few weeks, the changes got harder to ignore. He'd be fine all day, talking, joking, eating dinner with the family. Then night would come, and something in him shifted. He'd get quiet, avoid eye contact, start using phrases that didn't belong to him. Once, I caught him writing in a notebook at the kitchen table around midnight. I asked what he was working on. He turned the book towards me. The words were written in this tight, cramped script I didn't recognize. "Not yet ready. Too much light." I didn't know what that meant. When I looked up, he smiled, but not with his eyes. "Just a story," he said, but he closed the book before I could ask anything else. There were other things, though, small details that started stacking up. He began locking his bedroom door at night, and I'd hear him talking, but there were two voices, the one that wasn't quite his, and the one that was. His handwriting, it had always been a bit messy, but it became precise, formal, cursive almost, except when it wasn't, when it twisted into jagged shapes, and it made my head ache if I looked at it too long. Our parents noticed that something was off, but they didn't want to talk about it. Mom just said, "He went through a lot," and Dad changed the subject. One night I woke up to the sound of my name. It wasn't shouted. It wasn't even loud. It was whispered, just outside my door. "Daniel?" No answer. I opened the door. He was standing there, barefoot, wearing the same clothes he'd gone to bed in. His eyes looked dark, not glowing, nothing crazy, just dark, like his pupils had taken over the entire eye. He said to me, "I'm not supposed to tell you this yet." And then he turned and walked back down the hall. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. The thing that finally convinced me that something was really, really wrong was a few months later. We were in the garage, sorting through old boxes. It was late afternoon, sun slanting through the windows, and we were both tired. I made a dumb joke about him being slow because of his leg. Without missing a beat, he looked up and said, in a perfect imitation of our grandfather's voice, "Careful, boy. I taught you better manners than that." Our grandfather's been dead for 7 years. He wasn't just mimicking him. He sounded exactly like him. When I asked him why he said that, how he did that, he blinked like he was waking up and said, "I didn't say anything. What did I say?" I've tried to explain it to myself. Maybe it was brain damage from the accident. Maybe PTSD. Maybe I'm just reading too much into things because I want my old brother back. That's what I thought for a moment anyway. But one night I'd gone to the kitchen for water. It was around 2 a.m., and I saw his door open. That was rare. He usually kept it locked after dark. I glanced inside. He was laying in bed, but it wasn't him. His body was there, still breathing, but he was sitting in the chair in the corner too, watching himself sleep. At least, I think it was him. I jump out of the doorway quickly, out of fear. But I look back, and it's just him laying in bed. No one sitting in the chair. But I know that it looked like him. Same clothes, same scar. The posture was off, and he was too still. I stood there watching my brother just lay in bed. And then I heard my name in that other voice, the one I'd been hearing through his bedroom door. I ran back to my room and locked the door. I didn't tell anyone about that. I didn't even know where to start. How do you explain that your brother might be two people now, and that one of them is evil or dark? I started having nightmares, seeing him with those dark eyes, seeing more than one of him. I'd always wake up sweaty, uncomfortable. One of the last times that anything strange happened in regards to my brother was when I caught him looking at me a little too still. I looked at him. He asked if I'd had any dreams lately. I lied and said no. He smiled, like he knew I was lying. And then, just before he walked out of the room, he said, "You will." It gave me chills. I only lived in that house for another 1.5 years before I got my own place with friends. I still talk to my brother, obviously. And honestly, nothing like this has ever happened again. Now we're normal. Watch TV, eat dinner, argue about nothing. But for a while there, something strange was happening. I don't own a car, so for years I've relied on the bus to get everywhere. Most of the time it's just same routes, same drivers, same handful of people even, riding every night. But one trip home still unsettles me, even though nothing really happened in the way that most people would define it. I would say otherwise. It was a weeknight, later than usual. I'd stayed after work to finish a project. By the time I caught the bus, it was close to midnight. The route was almost empty at that hour, just me and one other passenger sitting near the back. They were hard to make out at first, bundled in a hooded coat, sitting perfectly still. Didn't move, didn't fidget, didn't even seem to be breathing, but they must have been. I told myself not to be weird about it. Plenty of people keep to themselves in public transit, especially at this hour. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that they were watching me, even though their head never turned. I'd been minding my own business, just waiting to get home. But then the lights flickered, and I got that really unsettling feeling in my stomach. I guess lights flickering wasn't unusual exactly. The old buses do that sometimes, I was sure. But it happened twice in a row. Each time the overhead bulbs buzzed and dimmed, the whole bus felt smaller. Like the shadows stretched a little farther. Out of instinct, I glanced back. The person was still sitting there, motionless. We made stop after stop, but no one else got on. Just me, the driver, and the silent figure in the back. The weird part was I never once heard them shift around. I guess they weren't doing anything strange, but I couldn't help the feeling that I had. Why was I paying so much attention? What was wrong with this person, if anything? I really did try to let it go, but then we got to my stop, which is the last stop. So I guess they just lived near me. I stood, slung my bag over my shoulder, and started toward the front. On the way, I glanced back one more time. The seat was empty. I stopped walking, and I stared. The driver noticed me hesitate and asked if something was wrong. I opened my mouth, and all I could say was, there was someone back there. He frowned and looked in the mirror, but then back at me. Nope, just you tonight. I wanted to argue, but I didn't. I knew what I'd seen. There was a hooded figure that had been sitting there the whole ride. I checked, more than once, more than I'd wanted to admit. There was no way they could have slipped out without me noticing. The bus doors hissed loud enough to wake the dead, and I was in front. I ended up just nodding and stepping off, letting the cold air hit me. The bus pulled away, but I stood on the corner. My heart was racing, but I was just staring down an empty street. It's been years since that happened, but I still take the bus all the time. Usually at night, if it's late, I do find myself glancing toward the back seats. I'm always expecting to see someone there, someone who's going to disappear on me. Also, if those lights flicker even for a second, I tend to get off at the next stop and just catch the next one, if I can. I didn't like the feeling I got in my stomach during that experience, so I'd like to not experience it again.
I think my experiences started with the violent abuse of my childhood. Entities would try attaching themselves to me, and it kind of darkened my presence. At a young age, my dad asked why I stopped smiling, and that continued for decades. Meanwhile, I've always had visions, and in my 30s, I moved to a place with a heavy, hidden, satanic element. I definitely disturbed the energy in that place, because I had powerful dreams when I was there. Plus, I think something cursed me. That brings me to 12 years ago, when I met an attractive woman who was treating her depression with meth. She even admitted to doing very bad things to people. At the same time, I was also having visions that didn't make sense until I met her. She was a black magic practitioner, and through phone sex, she was somehow able to attach a demon to me. I went to a Cherokee shaman named Raven, who said the black magic practitioner was actually a djinn, and she was spiritually attacking others through me. It was bizarre, to say the least. The more I learned, the more I tried to help others who were being attacked by covens, and because of that, the covens in turn began to target me. It was brutal. For years, my energy was drained daily to the point of delirium. Eventually, I had a vision of a dark cloaked figure coming into my mind's eye, and he said, "I can't destroy you. Your faith in God is unbreakable, but I will devour the ones who attack you." Then, I saw several groups of people standing around altars and performing blood rituals, summoning demons to attack me. The figure said his name was Az, and that only 3 fallen angels have that sound in their name, which I took that to mean that he was Azazel. Several days later, I felt the death of the djinn's sister. All that time, I'd been praying, surrendering to the divine, and just not specifying God or Christ. It helped me to see that there were other solutions to attempt. I tried praying to every culture's deities, but to no avail. Finally, I found a guy that had traveled the world, looking for the same solution. He said that prayers to the Christian God were the only solution that worked. Well, I tried it, even though I wasn't very big on the Bible when living in that satanic place. Before all that began, I had rage issues, PTSD, was diagnosed as borderline paranoid schizophrenic. But as the years passed, I started praying to God every day, all day. Eventually, my troubles began to lessen. My energy returned. The paranoia stopped. My PTSD went away along with the borderline schizophrenia. Though during that time, my visions were going haywire. I've had a handful of instances where demons entered my mind's eye for a chat, and this has been a heavily condensed summary of those experiences.
I just got back from house sitting for a friend near Mount Hood, Oregon, and I haven't slept much since. She and her husband recently moved into a cabin up there. It's a quiet place built back in the 40s with way too many additions over the years. It's surrounded by dense pine, no close neighbors, and it always smelled a little like moss and smoke. They were headed to British Columbia for a wedding and asked if I could stay a few nights to watch their dog. I said sure. Free food, mountain air, and a break from city noise. Easy, yes. Their dog, Bean, he's an old mutt who mostly sleeps and occasionally whines to go out. I spent my first night reading on the porch and watching the trees sway. But on the third night, something got weird. I was brushing my teeth when I noticed the bathroom mirror. This old, cracked thing bolted to the wall. It had fogged unevenly, like something had leaned into it from the other side. There was this vague shape of a forehead, the bridge of a nose, and a hint of lips. I figured it was just my own breath at first, but when I wiped it down, the shape didn't line up with where I'd been standing. And then Bean started growling from the hallway, low, constant. I called out to her, but she wouldn't come near the bathroom door. She just stood there, tail down, growling. I turned off the light and went to bed. The next morning, the mirror was clean, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been watching me. I tried to write it off as mountain paranoia, too many horror books and too much silence. I for sure needed to get a grip. Later that day, I was on the phone with my friend to check in. I casually mentioned the mirror, mostly as a joke, but she went quiet. And then she said, "Crap, I meant to take that thing down before we left." Apparently, the mirror came with the house, and from the moment they moved in, weird things had been happening in that bathroom. Cold drafts, lights flickering, Bean refusing to go in. Her husband swore that he saw someone standing behind him once, but when he turned, there was no one there. They were planning to take it down and toss it after their trip. She sounded genuinely upset that it had still been there. That night, I couldn't stop looking at the thing. I don't know what I was expecting, but around 2 a.m. I got up to use the bathroom, and I found the mirror fogged again, this time without me even being in the room yet. There was no doubt a shape there, only this time it was clearer, sharper. I stepped in slowly and stood in front of it. For a second, I saw nothing, and then I blinked, and something blinked back at me, but it wasn't me. Its eyes were white, not glowing, just not okay. Empty. It looked almost human, but there was something off about the proportions. Skin too tight, neck too long, lips like it had been stitched closed, and then pulled apart again. It wasn't mimicking me. It wasn't even trying to scare me. It was just there. I ran. I slept in my car with the dog for the rest of the night. I haven't actually been back to my friend's house since they got home, though she texted me later to say they'd gotten rid of the mirror, smashed it, buried it in pieces in the woods. She didn't ask what I saw. I think she already knew. I'm glad it's gone, but I still can't really bring myself to go back there. I worked nights at an office depot in the early 2000s. There were 2, at most 3 of us locked in the store overnight. The manager would let us out at 6 a.m. No one could come in or out without setting off the alarm. The weird things that happened started with footsteps down the hallway. My coworker and I would be in the back office printing signs, and all of a sudden you'd hear someone walking down the hallway towards us. One of us would peek out, and there would be no one there. One night we're working, and around 3 a.m., the store phone keeps ringing. My coworker finally picks it up, listens for a few seconds, and says, "Sorry, you have the wrong number," and hangs up. It rings again. Same girl. He hangs up. Calls again. This time he puts her on speaker. She's crying, sobbing. "Why won't you talk to me? What's wrong with you?" My coworker, "Ma'am, you have the wrong number. Please stop calling." He hangs up. He looks at me and he says, "This is fucking weird, man." I tell him it's just some crazy person calling. No big deal. The phone rings again. He puts it on speaker. "I'm not crazy." Click. She hangs up and never calls again. Scared the ever-loving shit out of us. One night I'm stocking the supply side of the store, envelopes and stuff like that. My coworker comes running over from tech and heads to the next aisle over. He says there's someone in the store. I think that he's messing with me, but he's clearly disturbed by it. We search the store, and no one's there. I asked what he saw, and he says that there was a man walking parallel to me on the next aisle. He was up on a ladder stocking printers and saw him. He was extremely spooked by this, almost falling off the ladder. One night, 3 of us were working together in one aisle, goofing off, really, and we hear a man's voice on the other side of the store yell out, "What the hell?" at the top of his lungs. It scared all of us so badly, we called the morning manager. He wasn't happy, told us to quit fucking around. When I took 2 weeks off for my honeymoon, the guy that they got to cover for me lasted 1 week before he quit. I ran into him a few weeks after I got back, asked him what happened. He said he couldn't do it. He kept seeing people standing there out of the corner of his eye, but when he looked, no one was there. He said footsteps turned into something charging at him, something invisible. The night crew stopped when I left. My coworker quit and they hired a woman to replace him. Her second night, she came up to me and said the back of her neck was on fire. I looked, and she had these fresh, deep red scratches running from her neck to the middle of her back. They weren't bleeding, but they were obvious, and they looked painful. It scared the hell out of her, and me, to be quite honest. That was the last straw for me. I quit a few days later. This is a moment from my childhood that has stayed burned into my memory, burned in a way that no dream ever has. I grew up in a 130-year-old house, just down the road from a graveyard. You'd think that combination would guarantee a lifetime of strange happenings, but my childhood was pretty ordinary. There wasn't the flickering of lights or slamming of doors, just the usual creaks of an old house. But one night when I was 8 or 9, I woke up suddenly. It was a wakefulness where I didn't know why I was awake, but my eyes were clear, my heartbeat was steady. The dream was already slipping away. I rolled onto my back, and that's when I saw her. My mother was standing at the side of my bed. The room was dim. It was lit only by the glow of a streetlight outside, but I could see her clearly. Same familiar outline. It wasn't strange to see her there. I thought maybe that I'd had a nightmare and she was checking on me. Relief washed over me. I lifted my arms to hug her, and then, in a span of a heartbeat, her face changed. Wrinkles spread across her skin like time-lapse photography. Her eyes sank deep, her cheeks hollowed, her lips pulled back from yellowed teeth. It was as if centuries had passed in a single second, and I was staring at the corpse of someone who had lived and died long before me. And then she was gone. It wasn't a fadeaway. She just disappeared. My arms still outstretched, reaching for empty air. I sat there frozen. Every nerve in my body was buzzing, but I couldn't move. I don't know how long I stayed like that. Long enough for the house to feel incredibly quiet. Long enough for me to know that I wasn't falling back asleep into a dream. Eventually, with no choice, I turned toward the wall and forced myself to close my eyes. For years after that, I could only ever sleep facing the wall, too scared of what I might see if I turned back toward the room. That was the only time I ever saw anything in that house, but it wasn't the last time I heard something. Years later, in my 20s, I was upstairs alone with my cat. Out of nowhere came the sound of a gentle strumming, clear, distinct notes being plucked one after another from my guitar, which sat untouched downstairs. I saw my cat, ears sharp, eyes locked on the stairwell. The strumming went on for maybe 10 seconds, soft, as though someone was just idly playing, and then it stopped. When I finally worked up the courage to go downstairs, I searched for a logical answer. A draft, maybe? A curtain brushed against the strings. But the windows were shut, and nothing nearby seemed to have touched the guitar. I'm obviously still a skeptic. I don't tell people that I believe in ghosts in all forms, but when I think back to that night or that house, especially the second my mother's face aged 200 years right in front of me, I know I wasn't dreaming. When I bought my first house, I was proud. It wasn't much, just a little single-story place on the edge of town. It had all the creaky floors and half-finished basements to your liking, but it was mine. For the first couple of months, everything was perfect. Normal new homeowner stuff popped up, figuring out which breaker controlled which outlets, discovering that one of the bedroom doors didn't quite shut all the way, learning that the pipes really groaned when the hot water kicked in. But then I noticed something else. A smell. It was faint at first, but it was sour, rotten sort of odor that would come and go. I chalked it up to plumbing issues, maybe something with the drains. I bought deodorizers, kept the windows open, but the smell never really went away. In fact, it got worse, stronger, more specific, like spoiled food left in the heat. I tried everything, snaked the drains, scrubbed the garbage disposal, even pulled the appliances out like the fridge and stove, just in case something had fallen behind it. But the smells seemed to drift, never staying in one place. Some days it was strongest in the kitchen, other days in the living room. Some nights it felt like it was coming from right under the bed. Then noises started to accompany this smell. They weren't loud, just the occasional scrape or thump from beneath the floorboards. Houses settle, I told myself. Wood creaks, pipes knock. But paired with the smell, it made me uneasy. I started sleeping with the TV on just to drown out the little sounds that seemed to crawl up from the dark. One night I woke up at 2 a.m. to what I swore was whispering. Not clear words, but the cadence of a voice. I sat up in bed, heart pounding, listening. After a few seconds, it stopped. All I could hear was the hum of the heater. But I didn't sleep much after that. I was too scared to check the crawl space myself. The opening was in the basement, a square cutout with a flimsy plywood cover. I'd walked past it a dozen times, but never looked inside. The idea of opening it made my stomach twist in knots. Finally, after weeks of this, I called the pest guy. Told him maybe I had raccoons or something nesting under the house. He came by in the afternoon, cheerful, casual, flashlight in hand. I hovered as he pried open the cover. He stuck his head inside. A few seconds later, he pulled back, face pale. "You need to see this," he said. Reluctantly, I went down. He shone his light into the crawl space, and my blood froze. Someone had been living down there. There was an old sleeping bag laid out on the dirt, surrounded by half-empty cans of food, empty water bottles, crumpled wrappers, and in one corner, a bucket I don't need to describe. But the worst parts were the walls. Scrawled across the concrete in black marker and other substances were words, sentences, phrases. My phrases. Things I knew I had said out loud in the last few weeks. Stuff I'd mumbled on the phone or said to myself while pacing in the kitchen. My name, names of my friends, snippets of private conversations, written over and over in messy, frantic handwriting. The pest control guy looked at me wide-eyed. "You should call the police," he said. They came, searched the crawl space, but whoever had been living there was long gone. They said it looked like they'd left in a hurry. No sign of forced entry in the house, meaning whoever it was probably just came in through the crawl space. I had new locks installed. I sealed the crawl space. I did everything I could to feel safe again. But it's been years, and I still wake up sometimes. I'll be certain that I'll hear the whispering beneath my bed. And the thing that I really can't stop thinking about is the handwriting on the walls. Just so creepy, how closely they would have had to have been listening. This happened several years ago when I was 19, living in a basement apartment with my best friend Sam. We both worked late shifts at different jobs, so most nights we'd end up hanging out after midnight, eating whatever was left in the fridge and watching TV. It was winter, so stupid cold, and the night that this happened, a storm had knocked out the power to most of the block. No TV, no lights, no heat. Just the sound of the wind rattling the thin basement windows. Sam went digging through a closet and came back holding a battered cardboard box with a familiar red and yellow Ouija logo. "I think this belonged to my aunt," he said. "She used it at parties back in the 70s. I laughed. "Perfect. Let's see if we can summon Elvis." Obviously, I didn't take these things very seriously. But for fun, we lit a few candles, sat cross-legged on the floor with the board between us. The planchette was the old-school kind, real wood, with a cloudy glass window in the center. And I swear to you, nothing dramatic happened. Nothing at first. Nothing flickered, no temperature drops, no sudden gusts of wind. The planchette moved a little, slow and uneven. We got a handful of jumbled letters, but we couldn't tell if it was because we were shaking or what. Plus, the letters didn't spell anything. But then about 15 minutes in, it spelled something clearly. We both looked at each other, hesitantly. It spelled L-U-C-E. "Luke?" I guessed. Sam shook his head. "No, that's L-U-C-E, like loose." We asked more questions, but the planchette barely moved after that. Within a couple minutes, the power came back on, and the whole mood felt ridiculous. We put the board away and went back to watching TV. Sam went to bed, and I stayed up in the living room with the TV on for background noise. I must have drifted off because I woke up to the sound of static. Not just white noise, sharp, loud static, the kind that makes you sit straight up. The screen was full of snow, but the volume was low, like a faint hiss. And in the hiss, I did hear something. It wasn't clear, not at first. It was like someone talking through a wall. Sam, maybe? But after a few seconds, I realized it was a man's voice, and it was repeating the same thing over and over. It was saying, loose, loose, loose. The sound faded when I leaned closer, but it came back as I sat on the couch. I changed the channel, but every station was static. I turned the TV off. The hiss stopped. Over the next week, that kept happening. Not every night, not often enough to make me dread turning the TV on when I was alone, but sometimes it was just the static between stations. Sometimes it was a faint whisper under the dialogue of whatever I was watching, just enough that you'd think you imagined it. Always the same word, always loose. I asked Sam about it, thinking maybe there was a chance that he was messing with me somehow. But he swore that he wasn't doing anything. But he also swore he hadn't heard it. I told myself that it was nothing and I was letting myself get worked up. Maybe my brain was just looking for patterns after the Ouija session. But one night I was flipping through the channels and stopped dead. In the static, just for a second, I saw a shape. It was a face, not a detailed one, just the suggestion of one, like someone pressing their features into frosted glass. The eyes were dark, too dark. They didn't blink. The moment I saw it, the voice got louder. I yanked the plug from the wall and I sat there in the dark. Sam spooked me from behind. Hey, I saw that. I heard that too. We didn't turn the TV on again for weeks. The last time it happened there, I remember I wasn't even home. I was staying at my girlfriend's place for the weekend, and she lived in a nice apartment with no old electronics. Everything was new, sleek, and quiet. We were laying in bed watching a movie on her laptop. At some point, early in the morning, Sam calls me. Thinking it's an emergency, I answer. Someone just whispered in my ear, dude. I heard it. Loose. I still have no idea what loose means or who it's supposed to be. But it's been years since I've heard anything about it. White noise or static makes me a little uneasy. I was making the drive from Las Vegas back to LA. So, desert time. It was past midnight. The road was empty except for my headlights. And there was somebody on the shoulder. A young man, maybe mid-20s, walking with his thumb half raised like he didn't expect someone to actually stop. Normally I wouldn't. Hitchhikers can mean trouble. But I was heading toward nowhere fast anyway. But something about the way he walked, steady, normal, if you will, well, it made me slow down. When he climbed in, he didn't say thank you. He buckled his seatbelt and stared straight ahead. We drove in silence for a while. His clothes looked dusty but not dirty, like he'd been walking a long time but hadn't worked up a sweat. His hands, though, they eventually caught my eye. His fingernails were cracked. The tips of his fingers darkened, as if they'd been burned. When he finally spoke, his voice was calm, almost formal. The sun burns, but not as I burn. He said this, eyes still fixed on the road. I forced a laugh, asked if he'd been out long. He didn't answer. The more I glanced at him, the more I noticed how he was sitting, how he carried himself. No shifting in his seat, no tapping of his feet or fingers. Just upright, belt drawn tight, hands folded together over his lap, with what looked like scorched skin resting against the faded fabric of his jeans. When he did speak again, it was in the same flat, measured tone, steady. It won't be long now. I asked, what won't? He turned then, just enough for me to see his eyes. They were dark, not with exhaustion, more like depth, endless. He asked to be let out at a crossroad a few miles ahead. No town nearby, no lights, just an intersection of two empty desert roads. I slowed and pulled over. He unbuckled. Leaned over to open the door, he said, "You'll see me again when you've forgotten this." And then he stepped away. I guess he stepped away into darkness, but he really seemed to disappear entirely. I checked the rearview mirror as I pulled onto the highway. It was empty. No figure walking away. Nothing. Years passed, and I didn't think of him much. Life is filled with ordinary things, work, family, routines, and it really left little space for midnight memories. And then I went to a funeral. A small service, barely 24 people. It was in a church at the edge of town. When I looked across the room, I saw him. Same face, same dark eyes, same hands, folded neatly together. His scorched fingertips were even there. He sat in the back row. When I blinked, that same pew was empty. I can't explain that, but I know it happened. My friend, when I was 9, lived in a 900-year-old family-inherited farmhouse in England. It was one of the most beautiful buildings I'd ever seen. Huge rooms and bright, airy windows, with massive wood fireplaces to keep it warm and snug in the winter. And then there was the attic. There was an old, winding, solid staircase that was behind a heavy, locked door, leading up to a room the size of the bottom floor itself. My friend was always curious, but told not to mess around up there. One day, my friend got a hold of the keys while her dad was tending to the fields and the horses that they boarded. She opens up the door and it swings heavily open. She requests that I follow her. As soon as that cool, damp, musty air hit us, so did a wave of terror. The only other time I felt such strong fight or flight was when I was involved in a car collision in my teens. That pure, helpless, I'm dead and I can feel it coming. Just put my heart in my throat. My friend noticed I was pale and said, "I don't like it." She paused on the third step up, and I was on the first. We climbed back down, locked the door, and returned the keys. That night we were playing board games before bed, and she got up to use the bathroom. When she opened her door to go, she realized the locked and latched door to the attic was wide open. All I heard was her scream, "Dad!" and he came running. He immediately told her off for going up into the attic and taking the keys to bed with us. She, of course, denied it and didn't say that we went up earlier. He was perplexed when he couldn't find the keys in her room. Then he looked a little more unsettled when he came back to her room. He had the keys in his hands. They were clearly still downstairs, where we hadn't been in that time. He sternly told us not to go into the attic, as the flooring is dangerous, and we'd be in trouble if we did it again. I didn't sleep over much again after that. Years later, she told me that when she was 16, she took them again as curiosity got to her. She felt the same wave of terror, but this time went as far as going to the top step. There was nothing there, simply some old linen and a cardboard empty box on its side. She hurriedly went downstairs and locked it back up. For weeks after, she would hear odd bangs that seemed to be muffled and coming from the attic. She never attempted it again. "20 years ago, I worked nights as a nurse, and there's one patient that I've never been able to forget. He wasn't admitted for anything life-threatening, just dehydration after a long stretch of heat. Mid-40s, polite, easygoing. You would expect it would be a simple case. But every time I walked into his room, the air, the pressure, it was heavier. Not enough to sound alarms, just enough that it made me notice. I'd step back into the hallway and it was gone. Step inside again and there it was, sitting on my chest. He stayed upright in bed most of the night, eyes fixed past me on the wall. His lips moved constantly. A soft murmur I couldn't place at first. When I leaned closer, I realized that he was saying names, not staff or family, names that didn't belong to anyone I knew. And then I heard my own. When I came back later, he finally looked at me, his gaze locked in place, not quite finding my face, as if I were glass and he was staring through me at something further off. And then he said, "You know me. You've always known me." The words came out deeper than his usual tone. Steady, measured, too precise to sound like they were coming from a man lying in a hospital bed. Every muscle in my body went still. I didn't step forward or shift. I just waited while his stare bored through me. And then as quickly as it started, his eyes slid shut. His head rested back against the pillow, and he looked like he'd simply fallen asleep. The next morning I asked if he remembered anything unusual. He told me that he hadn't stirred once. It was the best sleep he'd had in days. On paper, nothing was wrong. Vitals stable, fluids working. But I couldn't shake the way his words carried weight. Delivered with the precision of someone who knew exactly what they were saying, even though it didn't make sense. I've seen patients under heavy medication, wild with fever, lost in confusion. When he was eventually discharged, that room, it still felt the same way. I honestly became convinced that he'd left something behind. And that was my last month working nights there. But even decades later, I'll hear the memory of that voice, usually in my dreams. The calm certainty of it saying my name, reminding me I'd always known it. And in those dreams, I almost believe that I did. The whole experience is so unsettling. I've never really known what to call it. Didn't quite feel like a spiritual experience, but it did feel a little out of this world. This happened back when I was in college. I was sharing an off-campus apartment with a couple of friends. An older building where the walls were thin enough to hear your neighbor sneeze, but the heat takes an hour to kick in. It was late on a Friday night when my roommate Kelly came home from a thrift store run with a Ouija board. Not a shiny new one. This thing looked old, like the wood had been handled by 100 different people over the years. The letters were faded, though carved in. The planchette was worn and smooth. We weren't really the paranormal types, but we enjoyed a scary movie every now and then. It was cold, we were bored, and our other friend Jamie was over, so we figured, why not? We set it up on the coffee table, sitting on the floor with our knees almost touching. Kelly lit a candle, mostly for effect. The only other light came from the street lamps that were filtering through the blinds. The planchette started slow, the way it always seems to in these stories, circling lazily, answering simple yes or no questions with small, hesitant slides. We laughed a lot at first. Maybe we were uncomfortable, but we were accusing each other of pushing it. Then, about 10 minutes in, the air between each of us, it went cold. Not a draft. This was different. It was like there was a pocket of air right in the center, between our hands, and it was cold. You could feel the edge of it if you moved your arm slightly forward or back. I opened my mouth to mention it, but before I could, the planchette jerked hard to the letter H. What happened next is hard to explain without sounding insane, but the board started spelling words, fast, but they didn't match what we were asking. Kelly would ask, "Who are we talking to?" and it would spit out something unrelated, like lights off. Jamie would ask another question, but instead of answering, the planchette would slide rapidly, almost frantically, to different letters that made no sense in context. It wasn't just random. Some were real words, sentences even, but the conversation, whatever you call it, seemed to be happening without us, like it was talking to someone else entirely, and the cold spot stayed there, between us. At one point, Jamie pulled her hands back to rub them together. The planchette didn't stop. It kept moving under just mine and Kelly's fingertips, still at the same speed, still spelling things we didn't understand. I remember Kelly whispering, "It feels like there's another set of hands here." I nodded. That's exactly what it felt like someone invisible had joined the circle. Their fingertips pressed just lightly enough against the wood to guide it. We asked, "Who else is here?" It paused, and then spelled, "Listen." Kelly asked, "Listen to what?" The planchette slid so fast it scraped against the board. "Not you." The cold started to creep outward then, not just between us, but up our arms, into our shoulders. My stomach dropped like I was on a ride, and I said I wanted to stop. Jamie agreed immediately, but Kelly hesitated. The planchette spelled, "Stay." We all said goodbye at once, pushing it toward the word printed on the board. But instead of stopping, it drifted back to the center. The cold spot was still there. We finally pulled our hands off. The second we did, the temperature between us returned to normal. It wasn't a slow fade, it was just gone. The planchette sat dead still in the middle of the board. None of us wanted to touch it again. Kelly put it back in the box and shoved it into the hall closet. A few nights later, I was watching TV alone in the living room when I heard something from that closet. A faint scraping sound, like wood on cardboard. It stopped as soon as I stood up. When I told Kelly about it the next morning, she laughed, but she didn't open the closet to check. The board stayed in there until the day we moved out. None of us took it with us. I've used a Ouija board twice since then, but nothing like that has ever happened. I still can't explain that cold spot, or why the boards seem to be having a whole separate conversation that we weren't a part of. I was a bank teller in Las Vegas in the mid-'80s. It was a good job, steady, decent pay, nothing too exciting, except for the day that's been stuck in my head ever since. I had worked a late lunch that day. The branch was slow when I got back. We'd had the usual crowd, casino workers, tourists cashing checks, retirees making deposits. I'd been behind the counter for half an hour when he walked in. The first thing I noticed was how quiet it got. Not silent, not movie scene stillness, just dull, like someone had turned down the volume in the room. He commanded attention simply by being. He didn't run in, didn't shout, didn't even glance around like most people do. He just walked up to my window with this stiff, deliberate pace, every step the same length. I remember thinking it was like watching a wind-up toy, mechanical, no wasted motion. He slid a note under the glass. I remember the exact words because it was short. Put all the money in a bag. No alarm. I looked up at his face, and my stomach dropped. I've seen plenty of people high. Vegas in the 80s was full of them. Meth, coke, booze, you name it. You learn the signs. Jittery hands, erratic eyes, that strange mix of focus and chaos. This wasn't that. His eyes were bad. Not bloodshot or glassy, just empty. No light, no recognition, no human flicker. Like looking into a mannequin's painted-on pupils. And he didn't blink, not once. His skin was pale, like it had been drained of color all at once. There was no sweat, no twitching, no sign that he was nervous. His breathing didn't change. I remember my hands were shaking as I started counting out the cash. He didn't watch my hands or the money, though. His gaze stayed locked on my face, unblinking, like he was studying me or something. And then I noticed the way he was standing. His feet were planted exactly shoulder-width apart. His arms hung at his sides, not in a relaxed way, but like he was waiting for a signal. The way his chest rose and fell was perfectly even. When I slid the money towards him, he grabbed it right away, but he just stood there. I got this horrible feeling inside, and I can't describe to you, but every horrible thought crossed my mind. I felt like I was dying, like everyone was dying, that Earth was rotten. I saw the corners of his mouth pull back, but nothing else in his face moved, not his eyes or cheeks. And the smile, it was wide. My first thought was that it almost looked like a mask. He kept that look planted on his face. He took the bag, turned, and walked out. Same exact pace as before, same even steps. And I felt like I could breathe. All of that negativity washed away. The doors to the branch are these heavy, thick glass ones, and they slam shut every time someone comes or goes. Always. But when he left, I didn't hear them close. I didn't hear them at all. It was as though he just walked through them. By the time our security guard got to the street, he was gone. The police came, took my statement. I told them everything I just told you, minus my personal thoughts that the man might be the devil himself. Obviously, they wouldn't believe that, nor would they be able to do much with that information. They said that he probably slipped into a casino crowd before anyone noticed. Maybe they're right. But I've thought about him for nearly 40 years now. I've seen desperation. I've seen addicts and drunks, people so strung out they barely remember their own name. But what I saw that day wasn't desperation, and it wasn't drugs. It was something wearing a man's face. This happened when I was about 10. I haven't told many people about it, not because I'm scared, but because it sounds insane. Even now at 32, I still question what I saw. My bedroom had this small, creaky door that led into a closet, but the closet had another door inside of it that connected to a narrow crawl space. Just enough room for old pipes and ductwork. My parents never opened it, and I wasn't allowed to either. One night I woke up to the sound of something tapping. Not loud, more like the soft click of fingernails on wood. I sat up, groggy, and I stared right at the closet. And then I saw something. A hand. It came out from behind the half-closed closet door. Pale, bony, fingers stretched wide. It gripped the edge of the door frame, slow and deliberate, and then tapped twice on the wood with its index finger. I should have screamed, but I didn't. I just stared at this hand slowly pull itself back into the dark. I must have passed out from fear eventually, because the next thing I remember, my mom was shaking me awake. Morning sunlight pouring through the window. The closet door was wide open, but nothing was inside. They told me I had a nightmare. They told me I was imagining things. But here's the part I don't say out loud. There were 2 long scratch marks on the inside of the door. Fresh ones. Like something had clawed its way in or out.